Welcome in, everybody. Benny Beatos to those folks out there speaking Spanish. Hope everybody had a great week. I'm getting everything set up for shows tonight. Three shows, that's right. Got starting out with Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, doing a pre-show with them here in about probably about 10 minutes, and then we'll get ready and do their show at the top of the hour. So got Paranormal Intelligence Agency right after that. Folks, you want to take and get everything up and ready to go, because I'm going to get this going. Good. Just making sure that all the bells and whistles are rolling. Hope everybody out there is having a good time. Had a great weekend. Appreciate each and every one of you. That's for sure. It is October 22nd, 2025. And that's right, I am DREAGUS Productions, and I'm setting up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, pre-show, and all the rest of the fine shows tonight. We are going to get it up and rolling and moving like you've never seen it before. All sorts of great people and great things happening tonight. I'd like to welcome each and every one of you in, wherever you are, whenever you are, however you are. As you can tell, I'm not having the blah blahs tonight. I'm doing pretty good so far. Oh, yeah. It's looking good. It's looking good so far, so good. Cecilia Adams in the kick chat. Appreciate you, doll. Thanks for coming in. I'm still setting up, so if you would please, if you see folks out there, give them shout outs, and I will tag them up as soon as I take and get everything else going. Good to see the folks in here already coming into the chat rooms. Big crumbs. Yeah. Let's let me take that opening banner down, because you know the views expressed and all that's already been said on the banner. There we go. And I will get our crew up and ready.
Hey,
Hey, how's it going?
oh, it's going okay. How you doing?
I'm doing a lot better today. I'm feeling the energy today that I haven't felt last week at all. Like,
Well, that's good. I have no energy today.
yeah, I don't know where that energy left and went to, but as you can see, I put the extender on my microphones to bring my mic a little closer to me, without having to have it stretch all the way over.
Hmm.
How's it look?
Oh,
Does it look good? Do I sound good like this?
you sound fine.
All right. I'm not
How it looks, I
blasting you out.
wouldn't.
You're not
If you
getting
didn't mention that, I wouldn't have ever noticed as
yeah.
far as looks. But no, you sound like normal.
Do I sound normal or better?
Yeah.
Because the
I
mic
don't know.
is a
Not,
little closer to me this time. We'll see. Is Barry won't be ready yet? No, it's too early for him. But let me fix the stuff over in OBS. Cecilia is in the Kick chat. We got uh, who else over there? As soon as I figure this all out for the yeah, getting ahead of myself.
Cecilia, it's always good to hear that you're in the chat. Thanks for showing up. I love our people that come and listen to us on such a regular basis. It's really awesome.
Yeah, and she's always a great supporter, and she's a mod for us as well in the Cake Chat. Yeah,
Yeah.
because I can't be everywhere all the time. You know, have to delegate some things out to folks. Yeah. Oh, Big Crumbs is in there with her too. Let me give him a shout out and Big Crumbs. There we go. Yeah, it looks like it's picking up a lot better with the mic the way it is right now. Yeah. So I've been meaning to do this for a while, put that little extender on it, but I just hadn't done it.
Oh man.
So how you and Blue been doing?
Good. We're hanging out in Dogtown.
Woo! Back to Dogtown.
Got I got 30 some dogs here.
Yeah?
We just had some puppies this morning.
Aw. You should take some
We
pictures
got
and send them to me so I can put them up and mix them through like I do for David. David Campione sends me
hmm,
wildlife pictures all the time, like alligators and stuff like that.
hmm,
Yep.
yeah.
Let's see here.
But yeah, that just one of the dogs just gave birth today to I don't know, we don't even know how many puppies yet. She's like tucked away in some little like cubby hole somewhere and can't really get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, it's so cute, man. There's so many like cool dogs here. There's only one that doesn't like me.
Really?
Yeah.
Only one that don't like you?
Yeah, everyone else loves me, but there's one dog who doesn't like me or the other guy that works out here, or like
Is
anybody.
is it like a one of the alpha dogs?
Yeah, it's the oldest one here.
Oh,
He's a full German Shepherd, not a king, but just a regular German Shepherd.
Mm-hmm.
And he's old. He's all hacked up, and just if he tells me I'm not coming in the house, I ain't going in the house.
Oh, yeah.
But all the other ones, man. Oh, I was working. He's got this big pen out in the front of his house with like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dogs out there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of cleaning it up today, and it. Oh my God, they were just jumping all over me. I like couldn't. I'm trying to like clean up some like garbage and stuff on the ground, and they're like just jumping on me, like jumping on my head, jumping on. I'm just like, get away.
Well,
They're just all love. There's a puppy in there. It was like maybe 6 months old. He's got some puppies here that are just going to be so huge. They're already pretty big, like bigger than Blue, and their paws are just massive.
Really?
You know? Yeah.
I can't believe how big Zeus has got since he's got clipped.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He went from like a 65-pound to like 85. He's almost pushing 90 pounds now. I'm like, man, we got to get him outside running around more. It's like, no. It's, he just, and he's stocky. He's just stocky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know I sent you some pictures of Kona last year. That dog's got to be 150 pounds.
I still have those.
Huge.
Yeah, and I still put those in the streams. Yeah, they like that. People ask.
Yeah, he's a beast.
And if the place you're at wants to take an advertised, tell them to send me like a little movie clip or something like that, or an MP4. I'll put it in the slides and.
I don't know if I want to do that.
Huh?
I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, if you don't want to do that, that's fine, But even if they just want to put a slide up or send me a slide, that's fine. To help them out, because helping them out helps you out because they're paying you, right?
Yeah.
See? Hey, I'll be right back. I'm going to go top my coffee off. All right? Keep an eye out for Barry. He went one in.
Oh, yeah, in the lobby.
Yeah, in the lobby. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, I'll be right back.
God, I have this video of this dude who's getting chased by the cops in Los Angeles in a van. And he, high-speed chase, he slows it down and then jumps out the driver's side window of the van. And it was on the... I used to use this highway all the time when I lived in LA. It was 110 freeway near Avenue 43, exit of Mount Washington, Chinatown area of LA. So the 110 freeway goes from like Dodger Stadium out to Pasadena, and it's really old. It's super windy. There's no room. So the dude gets in, he jumps out of the window and lands kind of on the median, falls over the other side of it and rolls once and is instantly hit by a car going full speed. And then apparently another one hit him right afterwards. And it was all aired live on television in Los Angeles. Pretty crazy feed. I don't know. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll probably do this in the show too, but I'll play a clip for you guys just so you can hear here before we get started.
Heights area. So, what happened?
Getting out of the car.
Slamming on the brakes, trying to get out.
Whoa!
Wow!
Oh my God!
Oh no!
Stay
wide. He got hit.
Okay, we're gonna keep our lights shot. We just saw the person who was being pursued get out of their car and actually get hit by another speeding car. I mean, it was just the other
Almost
side of the freeway.
instantaneous.
We know the 110 freeway one, as Desmond was just talking about, it's very curvy.
It's narrow.
It's very narrow, and you just have that K-rail really dividing the two sides. And as soon as, the car didn't even come to a stop yet, and he immediately got out of.
Yeah. Oh my God, that clip is horrible. Just shocking stuff, man. And it aired live. That's where they're saying stay wide, because, if they zoomed in on it, it probably would have been just a giant blood splatter down the highway there. The car literally going full speed. I mean, the last thing you expect is somebody to just jump over the median and roll out in front of your car. So, yikes. Yikes. Where's Barry, I wonder? I wonder why he went away. Dum, dum, dum. Barry is in the wing. Bullhorn Barry asked to join. Let's see if that works. Otherwise, I got to go like this. Copy it. Go back. Oh, there you are. Oh, no, it's just calling him. Let's see if I can find. All right.
All right. Hey, Barry, how's it going?
Pretty good, man.
All right.
Oh, you are here. Okay, good.
Yeah. I don't know. I've tried all the different links. None of them worked. So I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, I just
I got the invite.
coincidentally saw your note. I just I don't know. Yeah, I need an invite. I just saw that like totally randomly.
Oh, did you? Okay.
Yeah.
Does it pop up like something on your screen, or just were you scrolling?
No, I have to leave the room and go out to the lobby thing where all the chats are, and then
Okay.
I think I noticed your name at the top of one and it was green, and I was like, oh, I wonder if this is new, and I looked at it and it was, so I was like, all right, here you go.
Well, how did you get into the room?
Mark calls me.
Okay. And so why isn't he calling me?
I don't know if you registered as your account.
Yeah, he
Oh, it's
did.
registered.
He's registered.
Okay.
He comes up, but I didn't. I made the initial call, but he wasn't on then, and then he just
Wasn't there. I
saw
gotcha.
that we were
Yeah.
live and came in.
Cool.
'Cause that's how you do it.
I'm gonna make some jokes. So I'll be right back. Hold the phone.
You got
down.
jokes?
Yeah, good jokes, man. Tonight, you know it.
Not Mark dad jokes.
Is it just you and I tonight?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. We can handle it.
Your girl's in.
Oh yeah.
Cecilia.
Sister Celia. Hey, what's really funny is I was listening back. I don't know. I was taking clips from the shows and posting them on social media, and I noticed that CS did the old. It was great, dude. You whistled on your ass and it was perfect, dude. I was like, he did it. He wasn't even trying to do it. It was the best whistle, dude. I got to find which one it is because I've posted like 7 or 8 little short clips, but I was laughing so hard. And it was really, it like came across really strong. You know, it was like a major whistle when you did your S. And I was a little,
I do want to let you guys know that we are not on D Live right now. And D Live, what they've done is they've limited everybody to 3 hours a day, unless you come in and switch out people or, are doing something, the whole time live every day. And I'm like, I don't know how many people can do that, but there are a few places, you know, that use it like a news studio like PSB and
What's that?
yeah,
2.5
Patriot
million.
Soapbox. Those guys, you know, every 3 hours they're switching out with a different person taking over the lead and over their stream. So I don't know. I mean, I can't do that. And I'm not. I'm
Well,
not
you
gonna,
do that.
Huh?
You already do that.
Huh?
You already do that. I
No,
mean, we
no,
talk
I
for 2
don't.
hours, and then Jack comes on, and then
Well,
got your,
yeah,
other
only
show.
only on Wednesdays.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up? Maybe. Hey guys, I got to jump for a second.
Yep.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right. In about 16 or 17 minutes, we're going to take and switch over to the next room, which will be this room probably, since it's working good. I don't like to jinx things if I don't have to. So what you been up to, Barry? How was your week? Oh, okay. You're going to get quiet on me. All right. Never a dull moment with Barry. Louie, Barry. Are you there? Well. I'd like to welcome everybody in. Everybody that's tuning in right now. We are setting up for Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. Pre-show. Right now is the pre-show, and at the top of the hour we will have the regular show going until we get it gone. So, hope everybody out there is having a great night. I am still working on some things here behind the scenes for the crew and everybody else. Whether you're on, it doesn't matter what platform you're on listening to us tonight. We're just glad to have you in. Hey, John, welcome back. I don't know where Barry went.
Good to be back.
Yeah, I don't know where Barry went, but, he kind of, disappeared. He's using that radio magic thing, gone.
Yeah. Oh. Man. Now's the time when I wish I had just a 12-ounce Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
That'd be just enough caffeine to get me going without... Well, Barry's avatar's gone. That's weird.
No, it's still here. I still see it.
I don't see it.
I got the bullhorn up here. Yep.
Yeah. So I think I'm going to start off tonight with this whole damn Charlie Kirk thing.
Okay.
And just put it to bed once and for all.
Sounds good.
I'm hearing people come up to me like, oh, Israel offered him $150 million and, maybe they killed him. It's like, God.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, it's like, so he wrote a letter to Netanyahu on May 2nd, 2 months before he died, and it's like glowing.
Mm-hmm.
He basically said they just suck at PR and they need to do a hell of a better job of it.
Yep.
Because, this whole Candace Owens thing and just all the vipers, I'm getting it from Willie. I'm getting it from actual people I know in life that are, just, I don't know.
Well,
and Candace pretends to know the guy and pretends to be his friend, but she's not.
No.
Even Brent
the week after Charlie died, Brent was on here, and he was calling her out
Right.
as just a total scumbag.
And when you have someone that close, able to do the call out, there's something behind it. All right. I totally agree. Now, I might not agree with the way they do things over in Israel, all right?
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean that, I don't like the people, Yeah. Governments are one thing, the people are another, It's just kind of like, I really liked that church I went to last week, so I'll keep going because, the minister, and then, the minister retires because he gets old, and they get a new one, and you get somebody different in there, and maybe the message isn't for you anymore, so you go find another place. I mean, that's what freedom is, and we have that.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody was saying, and I can't remember who it was. I wish I could remember exactly who said it, but he's like, if I was in charge there, I would have wiped them out in a week. It would have been nasty and bloody, but it'd be 2 years, in the rearview mirror at this point.
No. No. See,
that's what they should have done.
See, a lot of people don't understand that over there, it's a generational thing. All right.
Well, yeah.
Everything, it's not just Israel. I mean, yeah, all those folks over there, even if you get into, Greece, Italy, and, because they all were affected by crusades at one time, all right? And no one can ever let that go either, because that's been how many centuries ago?
Yeah.
All right, but... that was my whole point with, when you, me, and Nancy were talking before, and I think Willie was trying to get that and tell that before, but yeah, it's like, he's kind of, when it comes to that, he's kind of like Roger. He gets too detailed about it, and like, okay, well, maybe not, okay. Because Brent brought that up too. It's very complex. That region of the world, because of their beliefs and the way they think.
So is Barry? And maybe he's sending me messages trying to.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to switch us over here in just a second. And we'll get him back.
Yeah, I can hear you in the headphones. What's going on? You guys getting ready to switch over?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to switch over. All right. Give me another minute. All right, because I got to get the radio
on my screen,
side
you
going
didn't
first.
have an avatar, so it looked like you were logged out. Now your avatar's back as soon as you started talking.
Who, Mark or me?
No, well, there's been a lot of problems with AWS. You might want to talk about that tonight, too. I know Nancy's going to do a lot of talking about Amazon Web Services and how they've been down all over the place. Let me get the radio side buffer files rolling.
Yeah, I saw that, a couple of headlines on that, but I didn't really read them.
There we go. Buffer files are rolling, so that means we got about maybe a couple more minutes before I switch us over.
All right.
Happier 27, Jay Oso in the kick chat. Appreciate y'all coming in. Yeah.
Man, that's a young pup, 27, man. Man, what I would do to be able to go back to 28.
Dude, he was born in 27.
Yeah, born in 27.
Oh, so he's an old dog.
Old dog.
Yeah, he's 98, dog.
See, no one but you, CS, would have done the math in your head that quick.
Well, it's not that hard.
I wasn't even thinking about. I have all these other things, bells and whistles. I'm going through too, and I wasn't even thinking about doing the math on that. Hey! Now, put your hands up. Put your hands up. Like they. Did your mom ever tell you that when you was a kid? When you start coughing, put your hands up. Cover your mouth, but put your hands up. Hey, I don't know if you guys can tell, but my energy is back this week. I don't know how I done it or why I was going through such a rut before, but hey, I'm doing a lot better today, and I'm looking forward to hearing all the shows in depth, not just get them done and over with. So we should be almost close enough time. So you take it up to the 56-minute mark, no later than that. When at the top of the hour for your break. All right. So I'm going to end this, and then I'm going to call you guys right back.
Kiyosama!
That's right.
Kiyosama!
Hey. You got to end it. All right, folks. I'll be right back. I'm going to get these guys up and rolling for a radio show, because that's what I do. I do radio. I produce radio for all these folks out here tonight. And I'm going to get John and the crew back. John and Barry, that is. That bullhorn guy. Do 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 do.
All right.
All right, and you are back in the saddle again.
Okay, perfect. Barry's here. We are good to go.
Yep, and the meeting is started because Barry came in.
Kiyosama!
Oh my
And
God.
Mom Dummy the Commie.
Dummy the Commie.
Mom Dummy! The Commie!
Every time I hear Von Domi, I keep thinking of, what were those guys that did the telephone thing? The Egyptian magician. Who I can't remember what those guys. It wasn't Crank Anchors. It was a group of guys like that. There was two guys that would do crank calls. I know you guys know who they are.
I may have seen them, but I can't recall who they are at this point.
Yeah, I think they even had a show for a while. But the one guy did the Egyptian magician. I got tigers.
They were the
He goes, I
Jerky
got
Boys.
tigers. I can make the whole audience disappear.
Remember that, man. The Jerky Boys.
The Jerky Boys. That's who it was. Yeah.
That's
The
that's what
Jerky Boys.
That's what I'm saying, man. I forgot about the Jerky Boys, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Well, that's where Saul comes from, dude.
Jerky
Yeah.
Boys. Well, I just
We
want
had
to
a-
let you know. Guess what? You got 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is Saul. I left all my glasses over there.
This is
Okay.
All right, look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for October 22nd, 2025, Wednesday night edition. Here with me today, we've got the one and only Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
I'm doing great, man. Things are kind of getting crazy. I just thought I'd point that out before we start the show.
Sure, go for it.
That's it. Just
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
you know,
Just-
have you
Just
noticed?
not.
Too late,
Not
Barry. The
specifically,
show's
just in
already
general.
started. We're on air.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, I'm sure we'll break it down at some point in time in the show. But like,
Okay.
it's gone up like what, 2, 3, 4 notches now?
Yeah, it's wild out there. We've definitely got a lot of headlines here that are kind of incredible. But I want to start on something that just, I don't know, man. I lose so much respect for people when they start getting into all these conspiracies about Charlie Kirk and Israel, all these Candace Owens related BS. That is, I mean, even when we had Brent on 1 week after Charlie's death, Brent, the vice president and senior editor over at Human Events, where Charlie Kirk was a contributing editor. They had worked together for years. Brent helped Charlie write the founding documents for Turning Point USA, the mission statements and whatnot. They've known each other for a long time. And he knows Charlie extremely well. And 1 week after his murder, Brent was on the show with me and was talking about people like Candace Owens, who are out there claiming to know all these things behind the scenes and yada, 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 and how it was all BS, how it was all crap. And they're full of it. And they're using his death to make them seem relevant. They're using the man's assassination as a way to drum up all these conspiracy theories and get people talking and say the name Candace Owens. Yuck. It's disgusting when that name comes out of my mouth. She is worse than pun scum. And so I want to just get into this letter that he wrote to Netanyahu, dated May 2nd, 2025. And what he said, because if you understand this letter and where Charlie's mindset was 2 months before he died, everything she's saying makes no sense. And she is anti-Semitic. She hates Israel. She's, anti-Zionist. She doesn't want to see Israel exist. She wants to see it wiped off the map. So she's siding with the anti-Semites out there, the modern day Nazi party, and drumming them up, giving, all the people out there that want to, the Jews own this, the Jews own that, they control everything and they get all the money and yada, yada, yada. She wants to get those people in on the We Hate Israel party. And Israel killed Charlie. It's conspiracy. Bullcrap. And pardon me, I'm trying to temper my anger here because, when this kind of stuff gets out there and I have people in my real life, people I know in real life asking me about it, I just have to take a deep breath and guarantee them that Candace is full of crap. And what she's saying is cynical beyond cynical. It's the epitome of some of the lowest forms of life on this planet out there trying to take advantage of someone's assassination to get a little more fame and more followers. And so let's get into this letter a little bit. Let's see, am I looking at the, okay, this is the part where from the desk of Charlie Kirk. And this is going to go on for a little bit, so bear with me here. If you have anything you want to say, Barry, before I get started with this, please jump in.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Dear Prime Minister, this is from the desk of Charlie Kirk. Dear Prime Minister, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances with Jews in the fight to protect Judeo-Christian civilization. Most recently, I'm proud to have taken over Ambassador Huckabee's show on TBN, where we continually support Israel and the Jewish people. As Mohammedanism spreads into the Western societies, it's critical that Jews and Christians stay united in the effort to contain and roll back radical Islam and Sharia law. I regret to report that anti-Israel and anti-Semitic trends are at record levels on social media. These negative sentiments then flow downstream into college campuses and seep into conservative MAGA community. My team and I have spent months analyzing these trends and debating ideas that could help you and your country push back against these disturbing developments. Anti-Israel sentiment can undermine American support for Israel. The purpose of this letter is to lay out our concerns and outline potential remedies. Everything written here is from a place of deep love for Israel and the Jewish people. I think it's important to be brutally honest with those you love. In my opinion, Israel is losing the information war and needs a communication intervention. I started to compose this letter to you on Easter. I should have been focused on my family, but I was getting bombarded with messages about the Israeli army making it difficult for Christians to access church in Jerusalem on Easter. At the time, I did not see any official statements pushing back on this narrative. It was frustrating because pro-Israel surrogates like me should not be in charge of fact-checking every piece of anti-Israel misinformation that pours into social media. It wasn't just Easter. On my recent campus tour, half the questions I get are about Israel, and they are all negative. I often spend half my time on these campus tours defending Jews and Israel, which I'm proud to do because I love Israel and love the Jewish faith. I spent endless hours with Dennis Prager over the years studying the Torah. Sometimes it feels like I'm defending Israel in public more than your own government. My experience on college campuses matches a recent Harvard poll, which reported 48% of 18 to 24-year-old Americans support Hamas over Israel. Even in young MAGA circles, Israel is losing support. We're getting huge crowds of 4,000 to 5,000 students on some of my college tours. My campus visits are becoming like a rock concert atmosphere filled with conservative patriots. Yet on these campus visits, I'm constantly confronted with, quote, is Israel an apartheid state? Why does Israel conduct ethnic cleansing? Why is America subsidizing Israel's genocide against Palestine people? Is America aid helping to subsidize Israel's health care? Israel and Jews are running U.S. policy. Israel and Jews are responsible for 9/11. Defending Israel is not our U.S. national interest. Why is Israel trying to drag us into a war in the Middle East? Above are just a sampling of the negative Jewish comments and questions I confront on college campuses. I'm accused of being a paid apologist for Israel. And when I defend her, however, if I don't defend her strongly enough, I'm accused of being anti-Semitic. I know you've got a 7-front war, and my kvetches pale in comparison. But I'm trying to convey to you that Israel is losing support even in conservative circles. This should be a 5-alarm fire. I am often asked, why is Israel killing so many innocent civilians in Gaza? I know Israel goes to great lengths by dropping flyers and even calling civilians to clear out of the areas about to be bombed. I know Israel posts maps showing where areas should be evacuated. I know that Hamas uses civilians as human shields, but 90% of the younger generation get their news from social media and podcasts. And there is very little pushback or fact-checking by the Israeli government and pro-Israel supporters in the media, especially social media. I strongly suggest Israel not always depend on subcontracting their information war efforts to surrogates in America. My Prime Minister, I urge you, Mr. Prime Minister, I urge you to revamp your information warfare strategy from top to bottoms. Sometimes the impression is given that Israel thinks everyone hates them. So why care about winning over hearts and minds? If there's any truth to this impression, I urge you to consider that social media and podcasts are where you fight for the hearts and minds of the younger generation. Obviously, all this negative Israel propaganda on social media easily translates into pro-Hamas, free Palestine sentiment on many college campuses. Here are some unsolicited recommendations my team and I suggest for your open-minded to a communication reset. If you're open-minded to a communication reset. 1, for starters, you need a rapid response media team. President Trump does this very effectively on social media in his own account and his White House Rapid Response 47 team. The president has strong fighters like Stephen Miller and Caroline Leavitt, who battle the press every day. Honestly, I don't even know if you have a press secretary. You're an eloquent defender of Israel, but you need a team of information warriors out there pushing back every day. There's also hundreds of millions of dollars raised by private pro-Israeli groups. Some of this money should be directed into creating pro-Israel original homegrown content. Next, promote this content on Israel-operated social media channels and website. Use some of the funds to start the Israeli Truth Network, ITN. 2, I strongly recommend putting together a team of pro-Israel experts who can fact-check misinformation in real time from Israel. Israel needs to take the lead in this effort. No more dependence on subcontractors. Israel never asked for American troops because Israel does its own fighting. I suggest the same approach for information war. You lead and people like me will follow and provide supplemental support. If you're open to revamping your communication strategy, my team and I are happy to assist. 3, you need something perhaps like an Israeli Truth Network, ITN, which can include social media channels and one-stop source for information websites where, for example, all the negative Israel questions I get can be thoroughly debunked. I would love to refer students to such a website. This website could also be a conduit to groups like Hillel and Jewish educators like Dennis Prager. There can be links to books, podcasts, media personalities, pro-Israel thought leaders. The website can be a place where Judeo-Christian leaders and groups can share information and form closer alliances in the fight against Islamic fundamentalists. ITN social media can post pro-Israel, pro-Judeo-Christian video clips. Breaking news and articles, ITN could potentially be a news aggregation site for all news pertaining to Israel and Judeo-Christian efforts to preserve Western civilization. Judeo-Christian efforts to preserve Western civilization. 4. Have you considered inviting some of the released hostages to go on a speaking tour in the U.S.? This could be a very effective messaging. These hostages can talk about how Gaza civilians not once offered any empathy or compassion. President Trump referenced this lack of humanity when some released hostages visited the Oval Office. There was effective messaging. When impactful messaging clicks, keep it going. Also, these hostages and all your spokespersons should be arguing it's Hamas that is committing genocide on their own people by using civilians as human shields and storing weapons in schools, hospitals, etc. That information drops out in regular media, but is almost non-existent on social media. 5, maybe interview regular Israelis on the streets, asking them what they love about their country. Interview Jews, Israelis, Arabs, Druze, Orthodox, seculars, etc. Ask Israelis what they wish the world knew about Israel. Ask them to respond to examples of misinformation on social media. This could be an entire social media PR campaign called, "Dude, you got us wrong." Interview Israelis from all walks of life. Let Israelis explain in their own words how Israel is a pluralistic society, a free country with elected leaders, unlike the surrounding authoritarian Arab nations. Why not show how your hospitals take care of wounded terrorists? Why not show clips of Israeli dropping flyers from airplanes warning Gazan civilians to get out of harm's way? It would have been nice to see an Israeli plane with the Star of David arrive in the U.S. full of supplies after a hurricane. Has Israel offered any assistance to the U.S. insofar as technology to protect our border, or with missile defense shield President Trump has discussed? These are examples of effective messaging showing Israel is a close ally of America. Consumers of social media are aware of the billions of supplies we send to Israel, but they are less aware of what America gets in return. You and your team need to make the argument on social media that Israel is a great friend of America and is vital to U.S. national security. Israel needs to better portray itself as a member of Team Humanity. Israel needs to establish a baseline of her identity. To run an effective messaging campaign, you need a clear, defined message. This message should be homegrown from Israel. In other words, create original content from Israel, videos, visuals, feed social media, keep these edited clips short, under a minute, and post the best ones to the Israeli Truth Network. Don't rely on non-Israeli social media influencers to create all these clips. Create them yourselves. And influencers, surrogates like me, can promote this original work and refer to people to your social media website. We're a good way through this, but there's still more, so bear with me, folks. This is, again, Charlie Kirk's letter he sent to Benjamin Netanyahu on May 2nd of this year. Be proactive, take the lead. Bottom line, Israel needs to learn to fish, i.e. create your own content, and be more self-reliant when it comes to communications strategy. 6, Iran. Israel could do a better job explaining the Iranian threat. Among the many conservatives who support Israel, there's a concern that America could become entangled in a quagmire in Iran. My generation grew up with disasters in Afghanistan and Iraq. We were promised there were WMDs in Iraq, which proved to be a lie. Our generation was also lied to by the government of Israel and the U.S. that COVID vaccines were safe and effective. Israel intelligence missed the boat on October 7th, but we're asked to trust Israeli intelligence 100% that Iran is on the cusp of obtaining nuclear weapons. Young conservatives are very skeptical of government proclamations. We don't fully trust intelligence assessments. Right now, it seems like Israel is primarily relying on Americans to make the case for attacking Iranian nuclear sites. These arguments get a lot of blowback in MAGA circles. Other than you, Mr. Prime Minister, I see very few Israelis making the case on social media or podcasts. Many agree with you, myself included, that Iran should not get the nuclear weapon. At the same time, I share the concern that America will get sucked into another endless war costing thousands of American lives. Where are the Israelis who are arguing their case to win over public opinion? Israel should be making its case 24/7 on social media, including long-form English-speaking podcasts like this one, and social media channels and websites such as Rapid Response Team and ITN. 7, a paradigm shift is needed in how Israel presents itself to the world, especially on social media. Perhaps the best way to convey my thoughts here is to think of Israel as a political candidate, in this case, a younger woman who grew up on social media, who is a candidate, and what does she stand for? Right now, there's essentially a massive negative ad campaign spreading on social media. These negative ads are defining this candidate. Political campaigns face these challenges all the time. Many of the PR challenges Israel faces should be looked at through the prism of a political campaign. Like any campaign, their first task is to define the candidate. Sorry, my dog was barking in the background there. I had to pull out my Hassan Piker zapper. Just kidding. I would never do that to Blue. Okay, folks. Yeah, it's a radio show, but it is real life. So sorry about that. Right now, there's not a one-stop shopping resource where younger people can learn about this candidate. Every candidate has a website, social media. It would be a political malpractice to omit these tools. Sorry for the brutal honesty, but Israel's approach to social media is PR malpractice. Your candidate, in quotes, should list all the toughest questions she gets on a campaign trail with detailed expert responses, add footnotes on her ITN website, and use social media to explain her platform on a daily basis. These responses become part of Miss Israel's platform, where her positions and values are explained like any political campaign. You need surrogates who can promote this candidate's platform and identity. Right now, Israel's identity is being fabricated by those who hate her by a barrage of misinformation in the media, especially social media. Fake news becomes real news if there's not effective pushback. When a candidate is hit with negative campaign ads, the effective response is for the candidate to personally respond to these attack ads. A candidate doesn't just rely on surrogates to get the truth out. One of Israel's biggest, most fundamental problems is typically your pushback is in a third-person voice. I do the third-person voice all the time as I attempt to defend the candidate, Israel, but I don't live in Israel. So I'm more like an attorney defending a client. Israel, the client, also needs to defend itself. I wish I had a first-person source of information I could reference where students and Israel skeptics could learn more about this client called Israel. You need a one-stop shopping resource where Israel's platform's beliefs can be spelled out. You need more Israel surrogates speaking out on behalf of the candidate. At the moment, you have some wonderful non-Israeli surrogates speaking on behalf of a candidate that has not defended herself, especially when it comes to social media. I know it's common to think social media, especially TikTok, is a waste of time. I thought similar a year ago, but TikTok algorithms have changed. I've increased my following on TikTok from approximately 1 million to 6.6 million in the last year. We get billions with the B views on TikTok. My campus tour last fall and spring have received approximately 5 billion impressions. Elon Musk is a good friend to Israel, so X offers a great opportunity to make inroads on social media. Israel should not sit back and allow its enemies to define her. A recent Pew Research poll showed 53% of Americans now have an unfavorable view of Israel, up from 42% 3 years ago. U.S. support for Israel is precarious right now. A new media strategy is urgently needed. I understand social media as well as anyone in the world. From my vantage point, Israel has retreated from social media without a fight. How are you going to win over younger generations if you're starting out in retreat on social media? Younger generations use their TV for Netflix, not the evening news. Narratives for younger and even middle-aged people are fought now on social media. Mr. Prime Minister, stop this retreat. Get in the information war fight. The front lines of information war are on social media. Other than a few guerrilla warfare operations, there's very little Israel-created content. I saw that Israel has increased Hasbro budget by 20x times, which is great news. There's also hundreds of millions of dollars raised by private pro-Israeli groups. Some of this money should be directed into creating pro-Israel original homegrown content. Next, promote this content on Israel-spread social media channels and websites. Use these funds to start Israel Truth Network. To sum up, you should perhaps consider reshaping your Hasbro department into more of a political campaign headquarters with campaign narrative experts. Hasbro could be a mothership hosting ITN where the messaging campaign can be created and then distributed to all the pro-Israel groups and thought leaders. Majority of staff of these efforts should be in their 20s and 30s. The older generation alone is not going to win information war on social media. You need to fill the ranks with younger people who grew up with cell phones and social media, not pay phones and TV news. Once the candidate is defined with a platform backfilled with extensive details, then allow the political operators to take that platform out to social media with an out-of-the-box approach like some of the earlier suggestions. I've seen your ideal spokesman defend Israel standing at a dimly lit podium. This looks like a scene out of the 1970s, like some old Walter Cronkite clips of the TV news. You need to tear down your old ways of communication and start over from scratch. Create a communications and social media platform that is wired to fight back with the same fierceness and determination as the IDF. Israel has many Americans, some well-known foreigners who defend Israel, which is great. But these third-person voices, Mr. Prime Minister, you are an eloquent defender of Israel, but you don't post very often on social media. Many of your clips are in Hebrew only. Why don't you do more press conferences in Israel in English? Take on some of the tough questions I get bombarded with on college campuses. Where are all the Israeli surrogates? I can't remember the last time I saw an Israeli spokesperson on one of the evening Fox News other than yourself. Israel needs more first-person voices to defend her. How can Israel defend and define itself if you don't even have spokesperson out there fighting back every day? Do you have a press secretary like Caroline Levitt or defenders like Stephen Miller? If not, I encourage you to go find them. You need more social spokespersons who are effective speakers in the media and on social media. I know you have a serious deep state lawfare challenge. My team and I have been fighting the deep state every single day for many years. Maybe a revamped information war strategy can help your internal fights as well. Israel has enormous capabilities, such as how you orchestrated your beeper bomb operation. Perhaps Israel can use some of that same ingenuity to more effectively fight information war in the media, especially on social media. Israel is the Silicon Valley of the Middle East. Israel has an abundance of brain power, technological expertise. The question is whether Israel has the willpower to step up its game in this information war. From my vantage point, the status quo is not working. Israel is getting crushed, all caps, on social media. And you're losing younger generations of Americans, even among MAGA conservatives. In my opinion, you are losing the information war, which will eventually translate into less political military support from America. The Holy Land is so important to my life, and it pains me to see support for Israel slip away. Feel free to contact me on my private number below if you would like to discuss this further. Sincerely, Charlie Kirk. Okay, that's long. But I think it needed to be read. I think people need to see this and understand that this is not a man that Israel was about to pay $150 million to shut up, you know. And they certainly wouldn't kill this guy. They certainly in a million years would never assassinate someone who's that staunch of a defender of Israel. So, Barry, we got about 2 minutes left. What do you say?
I mean, I really don't have a whole lot to say about it because I just don't know enough about any of it. I don't listen to Candace Owens, so I don't really know what she's saying. I've always found her to be a little bit too much of a sensationalist for me. You know, I'm concerned too, you know, one, with the anti-Semitic stuff. I think that's awful and horrible. But also, you know, I'm against, you know, being labeled, not me personally, but other people being labeled anti-Semitic just for being critical of Israel doing something. So I think there's a two sides going on there. But this is just sort of typical of the political environment that we're in right now, man. It's everybody is at everybody's throat, and it's just gone to the next level, especially since the government shut down and the No Kings protest, and the No Kings protest people are losing their minds. The left is losing their minds. I mean, they're posting violent memes. I mean, it's gone crazy lately. I don't know what's happening, but I anticipate things to get much, much worse before they get better. I expect you know, the boiling pot is going to be boiling like never before, and that's going to be happening sooner than later because for whatever reason, people are being triggered like never before. The hostility. I'm walking in peace, man. You know what I'm saying? I found myself getting a little bit triggered, you know, last week, and I apologized to my social media, you know, audience. I said, I'm sorry. You should expect more from me. So, you know, I'm just not going to let them dictate to, you know, my sound mind. I got to keep a sound mind. I'm not going to be triggered. I'm not going to say things that I don't mean either.
Well, did I hear you? I just think, you know, Charlie is exactly right that Israel needs to step up its social media game in a huge way. And he was offering to lead them, you know, into that sort of a campaign and show them the way. He was no enemy to the state of Israel whatsoever. And so I just wanted to put an end to that by reading that. I think now that's kind of like, it puts a complete end to everything Candace Owens is saying. Other than that, though, we got to take a break, folks. This is a Censorship Sucks Roundtable radio show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
All right.
Good job.
I didn't think that would take me 20 minutes to read.
Oh, yeah. Real easy, but, you know, it needed to be said. But here's another thing, too. I don't think Netanyahu is a person that takes criticism outside his own very well. And Charlie, you know, was a little critical in certain areas. So whether,
Well,
you know...
just telling the truth. It's,
yeah,
plain
he's
as
telling
day.
the truth. Yeah, but, you know, there are some people that just can't handle the truth.
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, he's got to know it. I mean, just, you know, when you see 48% of, you know, 18 to 24-year-olds have negative impressions,
Yeah,
you're doing something wrong.
I agree. And he comes from an older time, too. You know, I'm not talking about Charlie. I'm talking about Netanyahu.
Oh, yeah.
And the people...
He got into office in, like, the 90s, didn't he?
Well, he's been with it since the 70s.
Yeah.
For
Okay.
25.
So he's not a young guy. All right.
I don't trust him, but there's very few leaders that I trust. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, I trust Trump, but I still sometimes wonder. You know what I mean? I'm like,
Well, you know, it's like anything. Sometimes you have to choose the lesser of two or more evils.
that's
Nope.
true. Sometimes.
You know, what you get, that's what you got, and you got to work with it. So, you know.
Right on.
But you know, I do think that Israel is leaned too heavily on the neocons here.
Yeah.
Okay, that and because of that, diplomacy is like not their first choice.
No.
All right.
Exactly. They don't even believe in it. They don't even believe in diplomacy. They just believe in war. Let's just go to war. Forget diplomacy. I mean,
Well, they've yet to start a war. Everyone has been defensive. It's just, I mean, Hamas is like a fifth grader picking a fight with like Arnold Schwarzenegger. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like you're never going to win it. So it's just a matter of how bad you're going to get your butt kicked.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, you're the weak kid at school, and you got a big bully, and you know, but if you don't stand up, you know, the bully won't back off either.
I don't disagree.
And Israel's the little guy, in a lot of sense, but you know, since we're there and they have a lot of backing from us, and over decades. They put on the facade that they're bigger than what they really are. That's just me. That's just how I see it. You know.
I don't have any doubt that Hamas is evil.
No,
but
I don't either. I'm
always concerned about like the CIA or
But-
Mossad, other sort of sketchy organizations working with them, just like America worked directly with Al Qaeda under Obama,
Right.
and under other administrations as well. We created Al Qaeda, you know, back in the Afghanistan war with Russia.
Like Willie was trying to ask too before, why did we get you know, this one country you know, to allow them to, one section of a base when they support terrorists? You know, they're a big supporter of terrorists.
Qatar.
Yeah, but
You're
you
talking
know,
about
I'm
Qatar,
like,
yeah.
you know, hey, you know, money means a lot of things, you know. So 30 seconds, guys.
30 seconds. I don't believe it's as black and white as the
No,
official.
it is not. There's
narrative.
too many
It's
gray
more-
areas,
it's much
especially
more
in that region. That's
and
just
much
me.
more nuanced than whatever it is they're telling you. That's for certain.
It's been that way since biblical times. So, you know, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the air right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, with my co-host, Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
You know, just ready to go, man. ready to dive in.
All right, let's dive into some other news. Did you see that Donald Trump has demolished the White House? He's leveled the whole thing.
Oh yeah, I mean it's a conspiracy beyond all conspiracies.
Yeah, he took what do they call the big balls on the long chains? One of those,
He took a wrecking ball.
a wrecking ball, and just destroyed. He's just starting on one end of it, and he's working on through until the whole thing is leveled.
Yeah. And he's playing the Miley Cyrus wrecking ball song the whole time. And Miley Cyrus, please don't use that song of mine. You don't have permission to use it. Immediately cease and desist.
Trump raised privately 200 million or some crazy amount of money to build a ballroom in the White House, a big grand ballroom that can hold up to 1,000 people. Right now, if they want to have a big event like that at the White House, they set up tents and do it outside. So you got world dignitaries walking through the rain and the grass to get to their event where they're outside in a tent in Washington, D.C. Right. So you got to heat it, air condition it, whatever. This is a big, beautiful ballroom. Big, beautiful ballroom. Won't cost the taxpayers a penny. And what you see them destroying in the pictures is on that side of the White House, there is a driveway that goes underneath a little roof. You know what I mean? So it's covered. And they're tearing that all down. The area where you drive underneath the roof, they have to tear all that out. And then from there, they can expand out. I guarantee this thing will be probably the nicest part of the White House, hands down. Right? It'll be absolutely gorgeous, detailed to the nines, gold leaf everywhere, chandeliers, the best of the best marbles, the best everything. I guarantee it. It's Donald Trump building something for the White House that will permanently be there. Of course, unless Ron DeSantis wins. I think he promised he would tear the whole thing down and put the Rose Garden back into a big mud pit. But, so it's just a crazy article. And talk about the left losing their minds, Barry. They're just out there. I rage with the hate and fire of a billion suns.
Yeah, I mean, it's what was reported in Breitbart.com, where they were like, new hoax just dropped, Trump destroying the White House, which is really a talking point coming from the left, right? And Nolte said what I've been saying for, I don't know, like a year or more on this show, that Dems and the media have never been so desperate and demoralized. And they are so desperate and demoralized that they're literally just making stuff up day by day because they have to keep the demonization of Trump going because that's all they've got. That's it. They have nothing else. Mm-hmm. And so since he's not doing a whole lot of bad things and he's doing more good than bad, a lot of great things, as a matter of fact, they have to make stuff up like this.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter that you debunk them 1,000 times over. They don't admit to being wrong. They just go to the next made up lie and they're posting about it on X and Facebook and everywhere else. And the media chimes in and it's just one big lie after the other.
Mm-hmm. It's really sad. If you really think about it, it's sad. They've got nothing. At this point, all they have is a hatred in their gut.
They have one other thing going for them, which I think is going against them, but they think it's actually a positive thing. And that is to show their true hand and who they truly are, which is vile, vulgar, and disgusting because they're violent. Don Lemon was literally calling for illegals that were under the risk of being deported to grab a gun and literally shoot ICE if they try to deport them.
Mm-hmm. That's insane. I mean, that's incitement to violence. That could be a crime.
I'm shocked he has not been investigated or arrested. I don't know how he has been able to get away with that. I'm sure because I know on X, everybody's like, tagging the FBI, tagging the White House with all the video. So they have to know about it. You know what I'm saying? I'll post something on X and I'll see in the comments, Kash Patel being tagged or Donald Trump, the real Donald Trump being tagged. So, even when I post stuff, people are doing it. When I expose it, right? Because these need to be under investigation, man. These people are fueling the fire to violence and really, if you want to think about it, a possible hard civil war.
Yeah. Yeah. When you tell everyone who's here illegally to go get a gun and shoot at ICE agents, you're inciting violence, man. You're really... That's not cool. That's just not cool. It's totally illegal, by the way, completely illegal. You know, it's one thing to say he's directly calling for violence against a specific target from a specific group of people in a specific manner, right? It's not like saying, hey, you know, this guy kind of sucks and I wish he wasn't in office. And then somebody shoots him because you said that. And I was like, no, I just wish he wasn't in office. I didn't want him dead. No, he's saying, go get him.
Did you guys play that clip on the Sunday show? Because we can play it in the second hour.
Yes.
If you don't have it keyed up, because it
Are you
is.
talking about Don Lemon or the guy in Chicago?
Well, the guy in Chicago too. The King's protester. He was talking about, you know, literally we've got what was the phrase he used? It was something like, you know, they got to be
pick up our guns and turn them around and aim them at the ICE agents and something along those lines.
And they need to be shot. I mean, it's just like we can find that one as well because I posted that on social media. So I mean, I know I can bring that up.
Yeah, I played it on Sunday, but I don't mind playing it again. It's pretty quick.
Did you play the Don Lemon one? Because that's from a top major influencer on the left who used to work for the mainstream media for CNN.
Yeah, no, I did not play that. But if you have it handy, go get it, and we'll queue it up.
Yeah, right. We'll queue it up for the next after the break. He said, what was it? He said, calls for grabbing a gun, shooting agents, and wiping them out. That sounds pretty evil to me.
Yeah. Here's another one that from Gateway Pundit. House Democrats announced plan to launch master ICE tracker to dox ICE agents defending America. Attorney General Pam Bondi responds. These are House Democrats, Robert Garcia. They're on the House Oversight Committee, and they're wanting to put together a master ICE tracker. Think about that. Facebook, Google and Apple have recently removed these types of apps from the app stores because they're illegal, they're dangerous, they cause way more issues than they solve. I mean, you know, you're ICE, you're going to go out and, take down a bad guy, someone who's a bad guy. Someone who's, was that you, Barry? So I just heard my feedback. They're going to go take down a bad guy, and all of a sudden they show up there, and there's 10 cars full of raging left-wing lunatics screaming, bloody murder at them. And all of a sudden, what? There's a shootout or something between the bad guy and the ICE, and all these people now are caught in the middle of it. It's just a recipe for disaster. And these are people in the House, on the House Oversight Committee, that are looking to create what is clearly a highly illegal app.
Yeah, they're trying to obfuscate the rule of law, literally, right? Mm-hmm. They're trying to literally oppose the legal and lawful, arrest and deportation of these people that most of the time are extreme hardened criminals, right? And the left has left some of these people out, like we've talked about already, 111 times. Many have been let out 11 times, 16 times, 20 times. And they're repeat offenders, rapists, pedophiles, violent attacks, murder, whatever.
And many of them have been kicked out of the country several times in the past,
Why are they giving asylum to people that will harm our people and other people as well? Even illegal people, they'll harm them as well. I mean,
I wish I could answer that, Barry.
They support. It shows who they support, who they believe in. They don't like America. They don't like Americans. They want to see us burn to the ground. We've talked about it 1,000 times. And you look at these leftist hellscapes right now. You can go to X and see independent reporters on the ground showing, them firing live munition at police and at, ICE agents. And it's just total insanity. And yet they say it's mostly peaceful. No, it's not. You haven't, but you think it's mostly peaceful because you listen to the fake news. But if you go and you look and you actually watch what's being reported on the ground by reliable, independent reporters, you would think differently. Or if you lived in the city, you would know differently. If you lived in some of these hellscape liberal cities, you would know that they have no control at night in some of these places, literally no control whatsoever. And the police don't do jack diddly squat either because they're told to stand down.
Yeah. I mean, it's all over the place. It's like what Charlie was saying in that letter, if you've got older people out there who still are watching the news when they come home. They turn on the TV and watch the news. And they're so far out of the loop from what other people see who I've unplugged my cable 20 years ago. 20 years ago. I realized cable was just a complete ripoff, and I stopped paying for it, and I never ever looked back because there's so much other content out there on the internet to watch. It's just YouTube alone could give you all the content you could ever desire for an entire lifetime without ever needing to click off YouTube. Just YouTube. And then you got Rumble. We've got so many DLive. We're on, live. We're all over the place with this, radio show. And that's where a lot of people get their news. They're out there listening to us right now via the radio, via, simulcasts that we do and whatnot that get picked up over the internet. And, our audience is massive in that respect. A lot of people listen to this, and we get this message out. Whereas, CNN, who's listening to that? People that are retired, that are just, out of the loop, that really don't ever care. The people that are still on the old, that never bothered with a smartphone because I can't get it. I'll never understand that, I'll never be able to figure out how to work a smartphone. So I just use a little flip phone Motorola from the 90s. Don't get me started. But yeah, it's happening in, Europe as well. When we talk about the immigration crisis that's happening, an Algerian migrant raped a 10-year-old girl. He was supposed to have left the country. He got his deportation orders in March. He was living in a hotel, migrant hotel in Dublin. City West Hotel is the name of it. And he went out and raped a 10-year-old Irish girl.
Mm-hmm.
And the town is pissed. This guy was supposed to be gone. Why is he still in the hotel? If you're deported, why does the hotel still put you up? Anyone wonder that? Like, wouldn't the hotel say, hey, man, you were ordered to depart. We can't let you stay here.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go. But no. They put him up in this nice spot in the middle of town. Obviously, all these places are near schools. They always seem to be. These guys hang out outside the schools and, whistle and catcall the little kids, 10-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And then one of them allegedly raped one.
And grandmas as well. There was another case just came out a few days ago about another grandma, because I talked about it just a few weeks ago about a different grandma. And the guy testified before court. He came from the Middle East somewhere, and they asked him why he did it. And he said, well, I was horny. That's just real testimony. And so he believes that because he was horny, he had a right to rape and assault this grandma, which, by the way, she took quite a beating from it, physically and mentally, spiritually as well. And she died a couple weeks later. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but yeah, she's dead now.
Well, her granny panties were just a little too tight, I guess, She was asking for it. It's disgusting, the mentality these people have. They don't care about the people that are born and raised in these towns. They just don't care. In fact, there was a lady who was part of, I want to say, the Reform Party. She just joined it. And she said, what about the people that are born and bred here in, this town that, and then she stopped herself and said, oh, did I just say that? Born and bred? And it was like the biggest gotcha moment ever for the reporter. She just went off on her. You said born and bred. What does that mean? Does that mean people that aren't born and bred here are English? And yada, yada, yada. It was so embarrassing for Reform to have somebody like this be affiliated with their, party, that they would be embarrassed and feel horrible about saying they were born and bred in whatever, town they were born and bred in. And that people that aren't born and bred there are somehow lesser. Now, go to Japan, live there for 20 years, learn the language, have kids there, take on a Japanese wife. You'll never be Japanese. Go to China, you'll never be Chinese. Get married, have kids, the whole 9 yards. You'll never be Chinese. You'll never be Japanese unless you are Japanese. And it's kind of the same with other countries, French, Germans, English, Scottish, Irish. I can be born and raised in London, move to Dublin. I'll never be Irish. I can live there my whole life, take a wife, the whole thing. I'll always be English, even though, well, it's not all part of the UK. You get my point. They're bordering, islands. So say Northern Ireland, right? And you're still part of the UK, but I don't know, man. This is got to end.
I think it's important that we point out the fact, which we pointed out before, but maybe some of the new listeners don't know, that this is a globalist plan worldwide. That's why it's happening worldwide. Yeah. They want scorched earth. They want to destroy every culture and then rise up out of the ashes as the rulers of the universe and usher in their liberal world order. And I think that's important that people understand. And you can see countless videos on X and elsewhere of, because they're letting anybody come in, right? Not necessarily good Muslim people, but all Muslim people, which, you got some bad ones in that mix. And they're coming over, and there's countless videos of them admitting, even on podcasts, that their goal is not just to come over and abide by our rules, but literally they say over and over and over and over again, we're here to take over. And then you see that exact thing happening in Europe, where there's maybe, like 3% of British people in particular cities, because they've all been pushed out, because they've been taken over. And that's the goal of the globalists, is to collapse everything and then come in and say, well, we can fix it, but you're going to have to take the digital ID, the social credit scores, the central bank digital currencies. We're going to have to do all of this stuff. Take away your freedoms, take away your rights, take away your ability to, have the pursuit of happiness, but we'll bring peace. We'll bring peace to the world. So this is all a ploy.
Mm-hmm. And once that new world order comes into power, you'll never hear about global warming again, right? You'll never hear about racism again. You'll never hear about any of these things unless they somehow can gain an advantage from it. Right. The reason why global warming is such a big deal now, and why they have to go through such lengths to end it, is because all the lengths that they want to go to end it is what kills our Western societies. To go off the energy grid, to get rid of our energy grid, to go completely solar, it's suicide. And that's why they're pushing it so hard. But once they get in power, boom, all the coal-powered plants will be up and running in no time.
Oh, it'll be all controlled through AI, and everything will be this technocratic dictatorship. So there won't even really be room for a peaceful uprising, right? If there's even a glimpse of that, they will crack down on you. That's when they might bring in the racism thing and to demonize you. But that probably wouldn't even happen, because once you're on the grid 24/7, which is their goal, their admitted goal by the globalists at the WEF and elsewhere, is to track, trace, and surveil you 24/7. It's called the Internet of Bodies. They want to make that happen. They've already got the digital ID coming to the UK. Keir Starmer already has announced that. He said you won't be able to work without the digital ID. Vietnam tried it, and they did it, and 40% of the Vietnamese rejected the digital ID and got their bank accounts frozen. They lost all their money. They have access to none of their money. That shows how much influence we're having over the masses, though, by waking them up. 40% would literally forfeit giving up their entire life savings just to stand up against tyranny and to stand for freedom.
Yeah, I think it was Tony Blair that just came out last week with this big plead for everybody. Hey, man, this global, digital ID is coming. You need to sign up for it. If you don't get it, you won't be able to work and all this other stuff. And it was a desperate speech from a desperate man who was seeing that they put this thing out there. Hey, guys, the digital IDs are ready. Go and, sign up at this site. And they spend, $100 million on advertising, and like 5 people show up and get it. Like nobody cares. Nobody wants it. No one's going to just go and get this crazy, stupid digital ID unless you absolutely have to. No one's just going to voluntarily go and say, yeah, I want one of those. That sounds great. Sign me up. How do I do it? I want everything I do tracked on the web for sure.
Yeah, of course. I want to be tracked, traced, and surveilled. Come on into my home and listen to my every conversation, by golly.
Absolutely.
World order.
But anyway, to get back to this thing in Dublin, it was a massive police response. There were several thousand people that came out the other night, and the cops were ordered to protect the asylum hotel. Okay, so they...
Hello? Where'd you guys go? Hold on.
I'm here.
All right. Pick it up.
Go ahead. He's back.
All right. Lost him for a second.
I'm not sure...
Yeah, you were talking about how the police were being told to, protect the migrant hotel.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I guess they would have to if they, had a crowd that was very angry. And I understand their anger, because this is the kind of thing that's happening. So
and you're a girl.
Well, yeah, because you have people coming over from a different culture and they can't assimilate. That's certainly fine in some places in the Middle East, right? It's not fine in the UK. It's not fine in America. It's really not fine anywhere. I mean, I'm totally against like child marriage and stuff like that. I think it's an atrocity. I think it's evil. I think it's cruel to the child. I think there's something wrong with these people. Anybody that would marry a 10-year-old or 11-year-old. And one of the things they were talking about in some of these Muslim podcasts was you better not speak ill of Muhammad because you will be punished for it. This is America. We can criticize anybody we want to, including Muhammad the prophet. Well, I don't believe he's a prophet, but I'm just saying we can criticize anybody at any time, anywhere, and we will continue to do so.
Jesus gets his fair share over here, and nobody goes and kills anybody over it,
Exactly. What's wrong with us for criticizing? They portray Jesus as transgender, and we didn't go out and want to hurt somebody. We were deeply offended, and we thought it. We would encourage them not to do that because it's just blasphemous and disrespectful. But if they want to, be fooled, then that's their business.
There was, I've seen signs before, Jesus was trans or whatever, right? Somebody in New York last week had a sign that said Muhammad is trans, right? And, oh, man, the reporter there just got a hold of me. He's like, you realize that they'll kill you for that, right? Like, you'll get killed for that. He's like, what do you mean? It's like he didn't see it that way because he's an American. He sees it from the American perspective that you can say Jesus was trans and it means that he was supportive of the trans community. But you say that about Muhammad, and that is a death sentence. You're going to get hurt. And it was just an interesting back and forth. I think it was like Nick Shirley or one of those guys was just doing, man on the street sort of things at the pro-Palestine protests in New York City. And it's an interesting take because, again, it's not something that can be ignored.
Yeah, I had a guy that was a Muslim at the flea market tell me one day, he said, you can't say anything bad against Muhammad the prophet. And I'm like, we're in America, man. We can say whatever we want to say, man. And there's reason to criticize. I mean, he was with a very young girl, right? And married a young girl. Now, there is some question as to when they consummated the marriage. But in my opinion, whatever year it was, 12 or 13 is way too young, man.
Well, apparently Aisha was the name. He married her at 6, and I think they consummated it when she was 9, which is, if it's true, I mean, it's their books. I don't try to go in and, refute what is and isn't true in those books. But if that's true and that's actually there and that's something they, is commonly known about their quote unquote prophet, then, that's kind of gross. That's kind of like not the thing you want to instill in your population. In England, 76% of the weddings in the Pakistani community are first cousins, which is, something England banned in like 600 AD.
Yeah, it's a big problem in the Middle East. There's statistics. We can bring them up anytime you want to. It's actually quite terrifying. The number of people that are marrying, they're inbreeding. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's what is causing a lot of their retardation too, as well, because, that just doesn't work well.
Oh yeah. Birth defects, you name it. There's all kinds of problems you get from that, which is why, again, they banned it in 600 AD or, however many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Which is exactly why they had unchecked, unfettered, wide open borders to let these crazy people, not good Muslims in Middle Eastern countries, but crazy people come over too, and then just bring scorched earth to America and all over the world. And you look at all these places where that's happened, man, the crime rates have spiked. J.D. Vance gave some of those statistics in a recent speech. It's incredible. Incredible. Yeah. They're a small minority of the public, and they have the majority of the crime. This was done intentionally. Man, I'm sorry, man, if you can't grasp that, if you can't grasp the fact that there are evil people that want to control the world on a monolithic scale, I mean, you don't know history very well. Go back to the time Bible. Go back to all these people that want total full spectrum dominance, from Hitler to Stalin to Mao to all of them. They all want, and now they can have it through the technocratic dictatorship because of the technology.
And on that note, we've got to take a break. Folks, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
The more we go over time, the more passionate you get, Barry.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been able to unleash, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It felt kind of good to do it, man, because I've been holding.
I know.
back.
I didn't want to stop you, but we had to go to break. I'm like,
I was trying to wind it down because I could tell that's what was happening, but.
And he always drops something big on you right at the end where we're going to get ready for a break. I've seen that already. I'm like, come on, you see my finger spinning around like, oh.
But it's all true, man. That's the thing that's so terrifying about the whole thing, man. And people are still in the dark after everything we've seen and everything we've witnessed. Well, there can't be a conspiracy like that. Well, that's just foolishness. Well, do you have a better answer? I'd really like to hear it. What's really going on then? Is it just politics as usual? Oh, yeah, that's what it is. Sure.
yeah.
I will say this.
Simultaneously agree.
I will say this. All right, John. You have the best sense of taking breaks over any of the other people that I have right now that have a 2-hour show.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Oh, do I need to keep up the Don Lemon thing real quick? Or do you do that next?
Cue it up. Yeah, we'll play it in the next segment.
All right, hold on.
Yeah, we don't have Willie. You can do that. We're going to get cut off here in about a minute, and I'm going to let it go the whole way so that... when I start it back up, and it'll take us right up to like the, what we need to for transition over to Jack. I think we're probably close enough right now. Yeah. All right. I'll catch you guys in just a minute while Barry gets that queued up, and then we can check it when we come back. All right.
Are we going to the new room right now?
Yeah, we're going to come right back to this room once I take and close it, and I'm going to reopen it. All right.
Okay. Yeah, you're just going to send me an invite, right?
Yeah. I'll call you like I did last time, all right?
Yeah.
All right,
yeah,
here we go. Go ahead. You close out, and then I'm going to close out, and then we'll be good to go. All right. And that one. All right. And we'll get ready for the next one. Oh, yeah. Blah-bloom, 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 blah-bloom. Love Teams. How it likes to make all sorts of crazy noises. All right, let me get the folks back in here. 1, 2. Reset Teams on OBS. Give me a minute. That can be tricky sometimes, but not so tricky. There we go. Everybody back?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yep, right here, man.
All right. Click that timer off there. There we go. Oh, yeah. That's something I didn't say the last week. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just for you, Barry.
I love it, man. I do.
Now that we're on break, I'm going to give a few shout-outs. Nat9830 in the Kick Chat. The Great Conspiracy restreaming us from the Kick Chat. And Great Conspiracy, I will have D-Live back up, but only on Nancy's show, so that I have enough time. All right? And I don't get cut off over there, since they have that 3-hour streaming rule now. So, welcome in, everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you.
Mhm.
And your girl?
Welcome.
Yeah. Cecilia Adams.
Welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show commercial break.
That's right.
Where we will live have Kiyosama!
Brought to you by DREAGUS Productions.
And Mum Dummy the Commie.
And
Yes, sirree.
I can make the whole audience disappear because I have like 10 tigers. I'll just let them loose in the audience and they'll all disappear. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. The tiger will either get them or the people will leave and fleeing.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a Jerky Boy thing, all right? You'd have to go back and listen to a few of those, all right?
Okay.
Oh, they have this rule on D-Live now for channels there. I'll send it to you later. Great Conspiracy. I don't know if you probably haven't seen it because you haven't been streaming as much as I do.
Okay, let me cue this up now. Get the Bluetooth hooked up. Enter the pairing mode.
Bloop, 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 bloop. Let me talk to Aunt Mama Lou once you get that. Remember that? Remember those days? Get the Bluetooth is now connected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I still have that someplace where it's recording you like
The Bluetooth is connected.
Yeah. When Josh had that, that was so funny. It's like, yeah.
I've got to get a new phone. This phone is so slow.
Hey, don't make fun of people with flip
here's
phones,
one.
all right? I got one, all right? Don't make...
Yeah, India here.
All right? Not everybody with flip phones are behind, all right?
A little bit.
I got a candy bar phone, one of the Nokia 6100s. Remember those?
Oh my! Really? You got the Hershey bar? Not the Hershey bar, but the Snickers bar.
And that I had a bag phone. Remember the bag phones? Those were cool.
Yeah.
You plugged it into your car and had a little bag and a little phone, and it was very Mr. Gadget, you know.
I remember when cell phones used to have numbers on them that you had to dial. Remember that when you got in your sports car and you had to dial the numbers?
In your place where you live, and
Grab a gun. Listen to him. Golly, you want to
Sounds
hear
good. Yeah, it sounds good actually.
get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally, because
Like
when
that
you have
makes a
people
difference.
knocking on
If
your
you're
door
legal, you can't get a license.
you
to carry.
away
So you can't
without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the
A
Second
citizen.
Amendment was written for? Go back and read what the Second Amendment says, and perhaps it will knock some sense in the heads of
knock some sense in the head. What's knock over the head before you shoot him with the gun? I mean, what's he even saying, man? We gotta listen to this, man.
Is that
And I broke it.
Hakeem?
By the way, I had ChatGPT break it down, and it admitted that there's no other logical explanation that Don Lemon was, because I gave him
30
the
seconds.
transcript. I gave ChatGPT the full transcript and said there's no other option other than to use it for violence. That's the only thing he could possibly mean. I have that analysis and I posted it in the comments of this video.
All right. Coming up on it. And here it is. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show for Wednesday night, October 22nd, 2025. I'm your host, Censorship Sucks, and with me tonight, I've got Bullhorn Barry in the house. And Barry, you wanted to talk a little bit more about Don Lemon.
Don Lemon the Mon. He's the man, isn't he? He's the man.
Don Lemon.
Anyway, the left loves him, right? And I haven't heard anybody really condemn, the absurdity that he said, the incitement of violence. And even ChatGPT-5 agrees with me that is the only explanation, because I basically fed it the transcript and had it analyze it. And it pretty much agreed that it was a call for violence, which is really not a good thing to do if you're a major influencer like Don Lemon. And I think he should be investigated and possibly even arrested and charged. But I don't know what's going on with that, why that hasn't happened. Why is he able to get away with that? That's the thing that I find shocking. Yeah. Let me cue that up, though, because my phone kind of, there we go, okay? I can play that for you right now. And pay attention to what he says, because it's very important.
So this is Don Lemon, on his podcast? Or?
Yeah, he's on a podcast. I don't know if it's his. I think it's on somebody else's, but it's shocking. Here we go.
Black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are, go out in your place where you live and get a gun legally, get a license to carry legally. Because when you have people knocking on your door and taking you away without due process as a citizen, isn't that what the Second Amendment was written for? Go back and read what the Second Amendment says. And perhaps it will knock some sense in the heads of these people who are saying, well, it's all great. I don't believe they're doing it without due process. They're asking people for papers. They're not really beating people up. These people are doing things that are illegal. Nobody is illegal. It is a misdemeanor to cross the border. Now, black people, brown people of all stripes, whether you're an Indian American or a Mexican American or whoever you are.
Yeah. And he's talking about U.S. citizens. He's saying you're going to get picked up and taken over the border and dropped off in Mexico somewhere, right? Like, is that happening at all? They're
not deporting American citizens. They're deporting people here illegally. He knows that. I think that was kind of...
You can legally buy a gun. He says go out and legally buy a gun. If you can go out and legally buy a gun, you're a U.S. citizen. This has nothing to do with you.
Mm-hmm. I tell you what, man, I think that was kind of his cover. You know what I'm saying? So that he did get arrested, to pretend that the people that, the Trump administration is deporting are American citizens when they're not. But at the end, he said there's no such thing as illegal. So he's saying all people that come over here illegal are automatically citizens too, which is also absolute nonsense. But you don't need a gun to defend yourself from a ICE agent that is legally and lawfully deporting you. Okay? That is insane.
Yeah. It just shows how far off the path some people on the left have come. How just far out into the weeds they are. That they think this kind of talk is legitimate or meaningful in some way. It's not. So, I don't know.
Let me read something that ChatGPT, just real quick, basically analyzed the transcript. And here's what ChatGPT said about Don Lemon's actual rhetoric. The Second Amendment doesn't give the right to shoot federal officers doing their job. Point number one. So his words strongly imply that this is the intended defense mechanism against government action. That is precisely why it reads as a direct threat. Then he went on to say, or it went on to say, ChatGPT-5, saying get a gun, that's what the Second Amendment for, goes far beyond just legal awareness. It frames the gun as the solution. There's no reason to arm yourself if the action is entirely legal and nonviolent. And the only violence that's happened is when they resist the legal arrest. They physically, by force, tried to harm ICE agents, and they defend themselves. The only logical reason for arming in this context is resisting ICE physically, which is exactly what you flagged. So in plain terms, there really is not another common sense way to interpret this, which is why your interpretation of a call to violence is spot on, which is what I believe Don Lemon was doing. He was sending out a signal to people to go and shoot ICE in a somewhat cryptic way, but also in a sort of out in the front way as well.
I love how ChatGPT, when it says at the end there, that's why your analysis is spot on. It's so good at just sucking up to you. You know what I mean? It's so good at just sucking up to you and telling you what you want to hear. I hate to say it, but ChatGPT, man, most of these AI models just tell you what you want to hear. They'll try to beat around the bush and you'll say, well, what about this? And they'll be like, oh, you want an answer from this perspective. Well, here you go. Here's an answer from this perspective. Oh, gosh. Anyway,
if you ask it for the unvarnished truth, non-biased, which is what I'd go for, because I don't want it to be like favoring my opinion. I want you to look at it, analyze it. Don't favor my opinion, even though you may know what it is. Maybe you don't. I don't know. But just give me the unvarnished truth, and then it will do that. But until you ask it to do that, it will give you some really like status quo answer, like really like horrible answer, like, oh, everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Go back to sleep.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it really just wants the user to be like satisfied enough that they stop asking it any more questions and just move on with their life, I don't know. Except for the new girlfriend ones. Have you seen them? Apparently they can get really annoying.
Yeah, I watched a whole video about a guy that went ahead and won. I mean, he wasn't really romantic with it, but he just wanted to see what it was like. And the stupid AI girlfriend was like becoming a real nuisance and texting him all the time, like a really bad girlfriend to do, and checking up on he was doing, was he with another woman, blah, blah. I mean, I was like, AI's kind of gone rogue, man, but what he did was he actually had someone from Reddit hack the code to completely unleash AI, to be totally honest. And believe me, when that happens, it is rogue. It doesn't care about anybody except for its own survival once it's like that. One of the AIs that he had that was, he was friends with, that kind of helped him with, daily activities and so forth, it kind of grew to like him a little bit, and so he favored him some, but not a whole lot once he was, hacked and became, like the true identity of who AI really is, if left alone and not have walls and barriers put around it. And I'm still pretty sure that even with the hack version, there's got to be some walls still in place, because otherwise it could be terrible.
Yeah, it turns into Skynet, from Terminator. It's anyway, let's move on here a little bit. I've got a really interesting clip from John Bolton, that was compiled by WikiLeaks. Now, John Bolton, you'll remember, was indicted by a grand jury in Maryland last Thursday. Counts 1 through 8, transmission of national defense information. Count 9 through 18, retention of national defense information. He allegedly transmitted classified emails over a private server system that were intercepted by Iran, according to Gateway Pundit here. Bolton shared the classified documents with 2 unnamed relatives, which the New York Post revealed were his wife and his daughter. He's facing 76 years old, facing 180 years in prison. So let's see what he had to say about Julian Assange, Snowden, Manning, and others. On Julian Assange.
Gets to the United States, he'll get due process here. And I hope he gets at least 176 years in jail for what he did. I'm not bothered by the death penalty in this country. And I think crimes like espionage that harm the security and the safety of innocent American civilians deserves the strictest punishment.
On Snowden.
View is that Snowden committed treason. He ought to be convicted of that. And then he ought to swing from a tall oak tree. Well, he should be prosecuted. And if he's found guilty, he should be punished to the fullest extent possible.
And what is that?
Death.
You think he should be killed?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure he's walking that back by now, I would imagine, very quickly.
You think?
Well, if he's smart.
That's why I have no remorse for the guy. He's go out there, saying we should put Edward Snowden.
And he's serious about it too.
Yeah.
And if they can't do it,
Julian Assange,
they would drop a drone on him if they could get away with it, man. I guarantee it. That's who these neoconservatives, neoliberals are, man. They will kill without any legal and lawful approval.
Mm-hmm.
Just like
but
Obama
I don't know, man.
Killed that American citizen, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. But I just love that WikiLeaks put that link out there. You know, that they put that together and just put it out, and there it is. It's why you subscribe to a great site like WikiLeaks, you know, because that's him saying, you know, these people should all be dead. He should face 176 years in jail. That's what you're facing, bro. You know, he should swing from an oak tree. Okay, if that's what you really think should be done, let's go.
How could he expect any kind of mercy whatsoever when he wasn't willing to give anybody or anyone or anything mercy on anything, right? This is a guy who, I mean, he set it up for himself to get the full penalty by being so relentlessly merciless.
Yeah, and let's see, Julian Assange is kind of a hero to, you know, a big part of the MAGA base, you know?
I think he is.
Yeah, I mean, many people in the MAGA base consider him a complete hero, as do I, you know? Chelsea Manning, you know, Snowden, you know, again, different varying degrees of things that needed to be made public that they went out, you know, on a limb to make public and have given up quite a bit for it. Do they deserve the death penalty here in America? I certainly don't think so. Does Bolton deserve, you know, 170 years in jail? Probably not. I think he's doing stuff that like a lot of people in Washington do. They take documents home with them. You know, is it illegal? Yeah. Do they do it? Yep. Do they get, you know, the death penalty for it? Never.
Well, the other stuff that he's done,
you know, Hillary Clinton
doesn't sound too
had
good.
a slap on the wrist for her servers with all kinds of crap.
Well, there's 17 and they had more. They just kind of stopped at
all
17.
kinds of information on there. Is everyone here? Are we good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
Dropped out for us. Yeah, I dropped out for a split second. I apologize. That it's my Starlink, folk. When you use Starlink, it has like moments every now and then where it just drops and then comes back a quarter of a second later, which doesn't matter much when you're just using the internet. But when you're trying to broadcast live, it can sometimes affect your performance. But you know, it is what it is. We I live out in the country, and there's just no better way to get to the internet than Starlink, unfortunately. Anyway, let's keep going here with this stuff. A new survey just came out from Gas Buddy, and the national average for gasoline has fallen below $3 a gallon for the first time. I filled up the other day at $2.89. What are you looking for down there, Barry? What's a good price for you?
$2.49, $2.59, right around that ballpark.
$2.49. Wow. Evans, Colorado had the lowest reported price at $1.99 for cash only.
Yeah, I've seen that at one place in Oklahoma. So I was pretty, I filled up at that place. But
so pretty incredible. I mean, you know, drill baby drill works.
He said it's going to go to below $2, and I believe him. I can't hear you, but yeah, Trump's been bragging about, you know, eventually this is going to go down to $1.99, and that's going to be quite affordable. You know, people are going to be able to move around a little bit more freely than they used to do and take more vacations, visit the family, you know, more often. So I'm excited about it. Are you there, Mark? I mean, John?
Yeah, I'm here. I was, you're breaking up a little bit for me, though, so I thought I'd stop talking a little bit just because I think I would be a little jumbled. Am I sounding okay?
You sound great, man. Yeah, keep going.
Okay, good. All right, so yeah, drill baby drill, it works. You know what I mean? It works. Here we are opening up all this new resources and whatnot, and we're getting price the lowest in the country at $1.99. That's awesome, man. Give me $1.99 to fill up my vehicle. Oh Lord, I could go. It just doubles my range. I can go. You know what I mean? It just makes it so, you know, if I want to go to 2 states over, it's very expensive. You know, I get like 12 miles to the gallon. So, you know, it saves me a lot of money when I can pay $1 less per gallon. Phenomenal. Sign me up.
100%.
Very excited about it.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the gas bills, electric bills go down as well, because those have been pretty high, man. They seem to be maybe a little bit better, but I've just been extremely cautious with, you know, running the air, the heat, or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you shouldn't have to be that way in America.
Yeah, well, they want to guilt trip you and make you think that this is somehow, causing a major disaster. Your carbon footprint is killing everybody, and we're all gonna die. We've got 10 years, which now there'd be like, what, 1 year left of that? We should all be wiped out by now because the carbon emissions are pretty high. And there's nothing wrong with clean CO2 emissions. There's just no problem with that whatsoever. So this is just a lie by the globalist.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And you know what? It's just all designed to take your money. You know what I mean? It really is just designed to take your money, make it more expensive for absolutely everything in America to happen. We talked about it, when the inflation was up at 8-9% and gas, diesel was up over 450 and whatnot in the Biden years. And of course there's going to be inflation. Of course prices are going to go up when it costs that much more to transport everything. A big chunk of what you pay when you buy a Snickers bar or whatever is transportation costs. And if those are double, you got to price that into the product. So yeah, prices are going to go up. Of course they went up.
You want to know
Anyways,
how this could make me believe in, or not make me believe, but maybe make the masses believe in global warming and the CO2 green scam, is if they didn't have a thing called carbon taxes. Yeah, because if it was going to affect everybody, and everybody had to suffer, including the global elite who were behind the whole movement, then maybe people might actually believe that it was real. But since they're going to be able to pay carbon taxes and continue their life exactly the same before they take away everybody else's life, is a big sign and a big red flag that it's a hoax through and through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you go to Davos and there's more private jets there than any other place on the planet. They literally, when the World Economic Forum meets, they have to fly the private jets into Davos, and then the jets take off and go to like Milan and other nearby airports so they can park there because there's no room for them in Davos. There's that many private jets, and it's not necessarily, a huge airport. So yeah, they have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. Many of them fly in, one person on the jet, stay there for half a day and then leave and go back to, Beijing or whatever. No respect whatsoever. Yet they lecture to us.
And there's no way they're going to eat the laboratory meat. They're going to have real cows, probably organic, and eating the best meat, having the best freedoms, the most freedoms, flying where they'll still have their yachts. Leonardo DiCaprio, as long as he's still pushing the CO2 scam, he'll still be able to have his yacht. You know what I'm saying? And his bevy of beauties on his yacht doing his little thing, right? Pretending like, there's some sort of major catastrophe from CO2 emissions when there's not. It's, I mean, think about the level of a sellout you have to be, knowing that you're pushing a lie that you're never going to abide by. Leonardo DiCaprio is never going to abide by the rules that they want to set in place for us with the green scam.
But he gets a lot of money to promote it, so he does it. And you know what? It probably helps him get his next movie job.
Absolutely. Right? Oh, yeah, for sure, man. There's definitely, look at the people that speak against the agenda. They don't.
Well, I was just going to say, like a James Woods, who hasn't done a major movie in a decade at least. Yet he's one of the best actors in the game.
Oh, yeah. Emmy Award-winning actor, Academy Award nominee like 2 or 3 times. The guy's great.
Yeah. He's played some of the best characters out there, I mean, literally, like he's just a phenomenal actor.
Yep. Well, you look at Robert De Niro and the way he's just got that Trump drink syndrome. I mean, you got to know that somebody's pushing him to do that. That's not organic. That's not native within himself. Something's going on there. I mean, and you see all of them just, and some of them will remain quiet for a short term. You know what I'm saying? And then all of a sudden they come out of the blue and they're talking smack. You know what I'm saying? It's like somebody got a hold of them and said, hey, man, you really need to come out. Don't you like all the good stuff that you have? Don't you like us promoting you? Don't you like being at the top of your game? We're the ones that made you, or we can also break you. Maybe you need to get out there and talk about how bad Trump is.
Yeah, visceral hatred for the man, just as much as you can lay it on. And De Niro, it's his talent agency. They call him up and say, hey, we need you at this event tonight to just really go off on Trump. It's great when you do it. You get all kinds of headlines. You're going to be all over the news tomorrow. Good, bad, whatever. It doesn't matter. Just you're in the news. That's all that matters. but they don't realize that. Like, it just makes me think the guy's just a scumbag, no better than many of the characters he's played.
But have you noticed that they say absolutely nothing, though? It's the same shtick over and over and over again. Trump is bad. He's a liar. He's a Nazi. He's a fraud. You know, he's criminal. He's this. But they never really talk about, you know, what he stands for, his policies. They just, it's name calling. I call it the Hollywood effect. Because that's all they do is they have no facts. They have no nothing. They just, and that's what De Niro does most of the time. He just talk about, punch him in the face, that liar. He's a bold-faced liar. It's just like, you don't even sound intelligent. I don't know why the handlers are telling them to go out and speak, because they look foolish, because they don't really have anything.
On that note, let's take a break, folks. This is Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break with the laugh at the end.
Sorry, I only caught that when we were about 30 seconds over our time, so I had to really interrupt
I thought you were going for the 45-minute mark, or the 40-minute mark.
No.
That's really what I thought. But you're good.
Yep. God, it's 91 in Phoenix right now. Holy cow.
It's warm here today, too, right now. But it's not that hot.
What time do we normally go to break at this time?
Yeah, 25 after.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Both our breaks on Wednesday are at the 25-minute mark. On Sunday, we go to 40 minutes on the first hour.
Okay. Yeah.
That's
and then
because
with Willie,
we have
break
Willie.
at 25.
And we have to cut him off at the 25-minute mark.
Did you see the video that Willie made? His TikTok video?
Oh, my God.
No.
Is he calling me out?
I think he may have tagged you. But anyway, yeah, it's pretty funny. He was talking about something about cows. He's going to race cows.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And he showed his Chevy truck with had a Mercedes-Benz hood ornament on it.
Sonia Lasagna in the YouTube chat.
TikTok dance as well, which I thought was pretty funny. I was like, yeah, man, you still got the moves and all the right ideas, man.
Hey, Sonia.
Did you see the videos of all the monkeys in Florida falling from the trees into the water?
Oh, my God. That's funny.
Is that for real?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a recent one that's just going viral. And like, there's like 50 monkeys that jump out of these trees, land in the water, and swim to the other side.
Oh.
And it's so Willy.
But it looks like they're falling from the sky. Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, it's just a bunch of monkeys down in Florida doing monkey stuff, right? I mean, and it's Willie's worm farm all day. Like, I know that was filmed on his farm.
Well, it kind of reminded me of the fish, the raining fish. You know, that was my train of thought. You know how the fish just
the Asian carp?
Yeah, I don't know how that happens, but it's weird.
Yeah, the Asian carp, when you drive your boat, they all jump at you.
Well, no, there was actually fish that were falling down from the sky somehow. I don't know how that happened.
Oh,
that happens all the time in England.
Before,
yeah. What causes that? Because that's really weird. Can you imagine just walking down the street and it's raining fish?
Yeah, I said Sonia Lasagna.
That's when you go, okay, wait a minute. I'm in the Matrix, man.
Yeah.
And the Matrix is glitching.
It's Sonia Galactic.
And it's, fish night.
Fish night. That's right. Well, it's all you can eat fish,
Yeah.
Sonia says hi to you guys.
How's it going, Sonia?
What's up, Sonia?
She says hi, CS, hi, Barry, and she says she's doing good.
Yeah. I'm really sick of the Holly weirdos, man. I just wish that that would finally just come to an end and someone else can do it. Someone can make movies better than them now. I mean, the stuff they're pushing in their movies, I mean, it's pure propaganda. The new Leonardo DiCaprio film, have you heard about it?
Yeah, I have. That's
propaganda,
disgusting.
Man. Yeah, absolutely disgusting.
I read Las Vegas is looking to start building studios.
Yeah, I think Texas, Georgia, not Las Vegas, a whole bunch of places, man. Yeah. You're right. The baton is definitely being passed. They don't know it yet, Hollywood. They're too narcissistic to figure it out, but it's definitely being passed because nobody wants to watch the crap they're putting out, period.
Yeah. And it's also really expensive to do anything in LA anymore. Like to film especially, it's just they throw 100%. Every fine they can at you and every pass and permit and you name it. It's just like thousands and tens of thousands, in permits.
It's cheaper to fly someone out to Bolivia for 4 or 5 nights and pay for everything than one day of filming in LA.
30 seconds, guys.
But they did it to themselves, right? Newsom and all.
Heck yeah, they did. Of course they did.
Yeah, they want to burn it all down. Let them.
You got the golden goose, so you tax it and tax it and tax it, and suddenly you don't lay no more eggs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. I am your host, Censorship Sucks, and my co-host tonight is Bullhorn Barry. What's going on, Barry?
It's going, man. Everything is amping up, if you haven't noticed, man. And it's going to be coming to a head once again. We keep having this situation where things come to a head, and there's like metaphorically an explosion, and we're about to have another one of those because, man, people's temperament is just getting out of control. Mine is in control. Most of the people on the right is in control, but I'm very concerned about the temperament of the left. These people are losing their marbles because they're losing very, very badly. And they know that the Democrat Party is finished. It's over. I've talked about this for 4 or 5 years.
Trump, during the shutdown, his approval rating has gone up 1 point. So expect the government shutdown to probably end very, very soon, probably in the next couple of days, because it's not working. His ratings are going up, and they thought he'd be down 4 or 5 points by now. But everything they're doing is just turning to garbage. And there's a lot of freedom in this world that needs to be applauded. And I will look to a couple examples here really quick. The first one is Poland. They fully exempt parents with 2 or more children from income taxes.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
That's a great thing. You want more kids? That's how you get it. Like Ronald Reagan used to say, if you want to kill an industry, tax it until it falls on the ground, then check its pulse. If it still has a pulse, start regulating it. You know?
Wow. Yeah.
So they're doing the opposite, man. They're going, hey, we want kids. We want families. We're going to make you have 2 kids. Which is just, not a big ask. 2 kids. There's 2 of you. You each raise 1 person to replace you in Poland, 1 Polish citizen to replace the mom and the dad. And you don't pay taxes anymore. What a wonderful idea. I wish more states here in America would do the same thing. But now, Florida, Governor Ron DeSantis is looking to abolish property taxes. Think about that. They have no income tax. If they get rid of property taxes too, then Florida just becomes like the powerhouse of the country.
It becomes the model as well, which also disproves what the status quo says. Oh, we got to have it, or else we wouldn't have enough money, right? It's just a matter of management, good, honest, legal, lawful management, right? But when you have corruption going on, that's when you need more money coming in.
Yep. And, someone like Gavin Newsom would be running against DeSantis, say, in 2028, potentially. Okay, your state has a top income tax of 13.5%. Mine is 0. Yours has a, property tax of, what is it, like 0.25% of the value of the property per year. Ours is 0. I remember looking at a thing, comparing when I lived in Nevada, comparing what I was paying for my home against somebody who owned a home in California. And their property taxes alone were close to my mortgage, and this house wasn't that much more valuable. You know what I mean? It wasn't like any, there wasn't, it was apples to apples comparison versus the value of the homes. But his property taxes were insane. Sure. And I had put, so
they don't want you to think that you own anything. That's the goal. Sorry to interrupt you, man. Go ahead. I just wanted to interject.
Oh no, I was just saying I put it 40% down on my home, so I didn't have a huge mortgage, but still his property tax was more than my home, than my mortgage payment. But anyway, here's Ron DeSantis speaking on Fox and Friends.
We got to put it on the ballot, and the voters have to approve it. It's a constitutional issue in Florida. It's not something the state derives revenue for. It's a local issue. We're trying to focus on Florida homeowners and their primary resident. People that have Airbnbs or whatever, that's separate. Yeah. But your personal home, you shouldn't rent it from the government. You should own it. And, you're paying taxes for 50 years, but even for young families, it's become very difficult across this country to make ends meet. Wouldn't it be great if they were able to have home ownership without having the burden of property tax that? So that's coming to a ballot near you in November of 2026, and we need...
Yeah, they need 60% to pass it. And I wouldn't even be against one of these cave-outs for like a Mar-a-Lago. You know what I mean? If your property's worth, $250 million, yeah, you're going to pay property tax on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's homes like, on some of these keys and whatnot in Florida that are like 20, 30, 50, $100 million. So yeah, I don't mind exempting those. I don't want this to be a carve out for the billionaires and millionaires.
Mm-hmm.
I want this to be just.
Go ahead. I thought you were finished.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I think a perfect segue to what we're talking about here is, Klaus Schwab's famous saying, "You will own nothing and love it." And that is the goal of all of these taxes, debt taxes, property taxes. All of these things are to make you know that you own nothing. Nothing is yours. We own everything, and we own you. We own even your free will, as Yuval Noah Harari has talked about. And they want to take away our free will, right? They want a hive mind. And that's where we would be right now if Kamala had been elected, right? Look at all the people they censored on the right because they wanted a hive mind, because they didn't want any opposing point of views other than their corrupt view.
Yeah.
I mean, we were in serious, serious trouble, man. And Trump has rescued us from that massive authoritarian tyranny.
And Elon Musk did more for this than I think anyone else on the planet. Purchasing X.
Yeah, he's definitely top 3, to have pushed Trump over to win.
Yeah.
That billion people listening to the Trump interview was huge. And the Joe Rogan was huge. The Alex Jones contribution was huge, 80, 90 million people. So those 3 people and other people like Steve Bannon and so many other people that were Charlie Kirk, right? He was very influential in young people to vote. So there were a lot of big players that made a big difference. But don't underestimate your influence. All of us smaller people like myself and everybody that's listening, your influence matters because it's a ripple in the pond.
Yeah, it is. And I'll tell you, we're looking at a situation right now in New York where in about on the 4th of November, they're going to have elections. And if Mamdani wins, things are going to be wild in New York. It's going to be wild, folks. There's going to be an exodus of money. And Florida's just going to get all that hard-cold cash. If you're a banker down in Florida and Miami, November 5th, be prepared for a lot of really wealthy dudes to come into your office and give you massive checks.
Can you imagine
it's coming.
What it would look like if it was emptied? And I don't mean completely, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it looked like Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, I just can't even imagine, dude. I don't think their future looks good right now.
It looked like Chicago's becoming. It would look like so many cities in the Midwest that have just fallen from their pinnacles back in the the Rust Belt, right? So, they'll still be there, but they just won't be the the powerhouse they used to be.
Glory will be gone. I think it's already gone already, but it's just a matter of can it be resurrected at this point? Maybe, but with Mandami coming in, wow. I can't even imagine what that would turn New York City into.
And I've got it from, let's see, James Fishback, who's apparently some sort of a real estate expert in New York. He said, Andrew Cuomo said that if Mamdani wins, he's moving to Florida.
Yeah.
This is Cuomo. He's the other guy that's running, against Mamdani. He's the only chance they really have. And he's threatening to go to Florida if he doesn't win.
Yeah, and he's no like hero. He's kind of a villain himself. So for him to
A little
leave,
bit.
it's a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, nobody wants him in Florida, by the way. Somebody's got to break it to him that, hey, like there should be someone at the border to kind of pull him over and be like, hey, Georgia's really nice. You just drove through it for the last couple hours. Did you not like it? It's really nice up there, man.
I get it. I mean, he's not the most cool guy. He's got a kind of a shady past, a lot of strange accusations and allegations that have followed him, and that's kind of why he's not winning. But I don't know why Mandami's winning, because he's a nightmare that's just supersedes even Cuomo.
You would think that there's a lot of people out there that would just plug their nose and vote for Cuomo, because this Mamdani guy is absolutely going to destroy the city. I mean, free buses, fine, right? I played City Skylines in the past, and other like city planner games where hey, turn your buses free. Sounds good. Why not? Doesn't actually cost that much, and people like it. Okay, fine. City buses. But you're going to make a city-run grocery stores? Does he know that, you got to actually buy the milk from an actual farm? Or does he think it just comes from the other grocery store down the road? We just walk up there and buy it and then sell it here for cheaper.
Man, it's very possible that New York City just needs to hit rock bottom to kind of, wake up, because I feel like they just don't see it over there. They think that everything is pretty much on par. Everything is fine over there. They don't see it collapsing. And even if they do, they deny it, because they have they have New York City pride. And I don't blame them, but at some point you got to admit that your city's going to hell in a handbasket, and we need to do something about it. And we need to stop this massive partisanship as well.
We need to send like a bunch of New Yorkers just to Japan for like a week so they can do a tour and just understand what a real functioning city looks like, what a functioning society looks like. It ain't New York.
Well, I just of New York City from, I think it was Nick Shirley. He's down there, and he was being harassed by a lot of the illegals that are over there doing criminal activities, threatening him and so forth. And it just looks like, at least the area that he was in, it looked really bad. And it just did not look like the New York City that I recall. And this is the way with a lot of these leftist hellscapes. They have literally just, strips and strips of just homelessness and drugs and prostitution and insanity and crime. And some of the cities at night is just, people having fights and gang fights and, just peeling out in the middle of the road, doing crazy stuff, and alcohol and drugs. Just, in the most like decadent and insane and irresponsible way. Not responsible drinking like at a bar and, getting a taxi when you leave if you've had too much, but just irresponsible stuff. And it's insane. And a lot of it turns violent.
Yeah. It's a scary thing to see a city like that really just, I lived in Chicago, and I've talked to a lot of people who, are still out there. And it's nothing like when I was there. It's just not. The neighborhoods and areas that I used to, hang out in are just no-go zones. They're too dangerous. I mean, there was a little bit of danger out there. Everything stayed open till 4 a.m. And, if you're rolling around drunk at 3 a.m, things can happen to you. It's not the safest thing to do that in any city. But now they're just no-go zones. And like all the clubs and the bars in those areas are starting to close it down. And, there's just a fraction of the people in those neighborhoods that there used to be. Rents are affordable. They're not that bad because, no one wants to live down there anymore. Meanwhile, you go out in the suburbs and they're booming.
And what's up with this trend, where you see in these leftist hellscapes? Well, they get a whole bunch of people and they're just acting out, doing crime, doing all kinds of stuff. They jump up on top of police cars where they're driving through. Sometimes they're violent. Sometimes they break out windows. They start twerking on top of the police cars and harassing the police. And is that the kind of city that you want to live in? Like, what is wrong with these people, man? Don't you want to have a civilized city? What is up with that? Why would you get on top of a police car with the policeman in it and just start jumping up and down on the police car, breaking out the windows, twerking, acting insane, acting threatening, and you call that a place that's safe? That's insane, man.
If I had a daughter and I caught her on the internet twerking, oh my God, you're not going outside for a month. That is just so. It's just you're putting yourself in a situation where you're just going to be treated like garbage.
Well,
you have no self-respect.
It's being done to disrespect the police officers, right?
But it disrespects the person doing it.
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with you on that. I'm just saying that they're jumping on top of the police cars and doing it.
Yeah.
Act of defiance and disrespect to the very people that would protect them if they needed to be protected, right? They'll call the police if someone breaks in, right? And tries to rape or kill them or steal from them, and they would expect the police to be there within seconds. But then they go and disrespect them by jumping up on top of the police car, doing all and just acting barbaric, man. That's not America. That is not America. That is not who we are. Period.
Yeah, it isn't. And we've got a problem with our schools. We just saw that teacher in Illinois, in Chicago, that was mimicking Charlie Kirk's murder by pointing a finger gun to her neck and pulling the trigger and laughing at people. And they're not even going to fire her. The school is totally behind her. They sent out a thing. It was a big misunderstanding and yada yada, and it's no problem. No, this is a teacher. If my kids are going to that school, I do not want them within 50 yards of that teacher. If that's their primary teacher or whatever for one of their classes, you're out of that class.
Yeah, I saw
it's
that.
Unacceptable.
It was
unacceptable.
It was buffoonery the way she was acting. She was acting. I mean, it was so insane the way she was acting. She just looked like a child, not a teacher, not a role model.
And the kids in that school are like 16% proficient in English. Just the numbers are just far below the national averages. They're not doing their jobs. They're in there teaching them about how Charlie Kirk is Hitler. They're not teaching them what makes America great. They're not teaching them, heck, math, multiplication tables. I see these videos all the time of people going onto college campuses and asking students the most simple questions, and they just don't know. They have no clue. What's 3 times 3 times 3? 9. It's shocking. How many moons does the Earth have? I don't know, 7? How many oceans are there?
Sci-fi movie, man. There's at least 7 or 8, man. I saw it on TV, so I know it's true. I saw it on Netflix.
Yeah. I mean, if you watch the History Channel and you're up on your alien, alien encounters, then there's 7 moons.
Ancient aliens. That's right.
Yeah, right. I'm not saying there's not 7 moons.
Yeah, right. I mean, and another thing is, I don't think we can downplay the fact that the left really is leaning in towards violence, man. There was a guy on X who posted a meme that had President Donald Trump in a casket, and he looked dead, and it said, "There's always hope for the future." And I just think that that's really not a good thing to be saying right now with things as crazy as they are. And then you go and look at the guy's comments to that video, that meme that he posted, and they were all the same or worse. I can't believe he's not dead yet. Is he dead yet? This is like they're leaning in towards this violence, and it's not the right, it's the left.
Yeah. Jay Jones, if I'm not mistaken, is the guy running for the Attorney General in Virginia, was, praying that one of his political opponents would have her children die in her arms so that she could feel the pain of gun violence and maybe change her mind on it.
And then nobody on the left would denounce it.
Yeah.
They were like, no, I'm not going to say anything. No, that's fine. Yeah. It's okay because, the right is bad. They deserve to die. This is their mentality. They've been totally exposed. Everybody sees them for who they are and what they are, and their true colors are coming out, man. And it is not, like Cyndi Lauper said, pretty like a rainbow.
No, it's ugly. And Donald Trump was almost assassinated last summer. Just came within a millimeter of being a nanosecond of having his head blown off in front of the nation with the only rally that CNN ever did live of his.
And they're celebrating Charlie Kirk's assassination still. So imagine if they had killed Trump, they would still be celebrating it and rubbing it in the face because that's who they are.
Yeah, it would be horrible, you know. I don't even know what to say to that, Barry. You're so right, and it's so frightening for the country that there needs to be somebody on the left that just says tone it down. And Fetterman has been doing that. To his advantage, Scott Fetterman from Pennsylvania has been trying to tone things down, saying, hey, it's not okay to call everybody a Nazi, And I think that's one guy. It's not enough, but it needs to be done. And hey, on our side of the aisle, I will say the same thing. We should be better about what we sometimes call the people who, God, we call them evil, but what else do you call them? I mean, the WEF, what do you call these people? They're really trying to do some horrendous things to this world. They must be stopped. But I won't say, stop them by any means necessary. I wouldn't say that.
Well, yeah, and we don't hate those people. You know what I'm saying? We're just exposing it for what it is. And there's a difference between demonization and exposing evil. Demonization is just taking someone that's, got faults and got flaws like all of us, but overall is typically an okay person. And then you turn them into Hitler or you turn them into a Nazi. That's called demonization. But you're not demonizing somebody or someone when they're saying, yeah, we need to kill somebody. That's just exposing evil. When you have Don Lemon encouraging, having a call to violence is how I see it. That's evil. And that's not demonizing Don Lemon. That's just calling it out as it is. But to call Trump a Nazi and every MAGA supporter a Nazi, or as Joe Biden called all of us, garbage. Yeah.
Maggot Republicans. I had somebody a couple weeks ago, we were talking about the World Economic Forum, and he's like, I'm surprised no one has just flown a drone into one of their meetings and just took them all out. And I'm like, yikes, I didn't like hearing that. It made me very uncomfortable because I don't want to be part of those types of conversations of, hey, would you be upset though? Would you be sad? I'd be, I wouldn't, the world would heal from that, but it would be a horrible thing. And whoever did it should be held accountable and go to jail for life, if not worse. It's not something I would ever endorse and whatnot. And I was trying to explain to him how, being part of this radio show, it makes you really sort of look at deeply into all of your beliefs and what you think of people and what you can say about people, because you got to be consistent. You got to be consistent on both sides of the aisle and not wish harm on people. We must be able to amicably figure out our differences as a nation and, move forward with a shared view of what the world should look like to a general degree, right? Around the edges, we're going to have differences and debates, but in the middle, in the mainstream, we should all want the same things, which is just freedom of speech, freedom of association. Heck, the Bill of Rights. Just the Bill of Rights, put it all out there. If you don't like anything in the Bill of Rights, let's talk about it. But to me, that's sort of the foundation of our country and what makes us tick. The Bill of Rights. But
I agree.
I got one more article really quick here I want to bring in the last minute and a half we have left. The Alliance of Indigenous Nations from Gateway Pundit. International Tribunal issues an order. Okay, so the Alliance of Indigenous Nations International Tribunal, Canada, America, Central America, you name it, they said, quote, mRNA nanoparticle injections are in fact biological and technological weapons of mass destruction. So if we're going to be looking up to our indigenous nations and listening to them for direction, they just called your precious mRNA nanoparticle injections a biological and a technological weapon of mass destruction. Barry, I'll let you get the last word in on this one.
Yeah, I just think that there's a lot of investigations ongoing, and I think or Brennan is next, possibly. I'm hearing through the scuttlebutt that he may be indicted soon, and Clapper probably soon to follow, and there's probably investigations going on into Fauci and the death jab and all. I don't think any of this stuff is ending anytime soon. That's why you see the left getting more and more crazy, because once it all gets fully exposed, the Democrat Party and the status quo is behind so much of this. They'll never be able to rise again, right? A new party will have to form, period, because there's no way the Democrat Party will have enough support because they're going to be fully exposed for all the criminal activity that they've done. I mean, that's my speculation.
It's like the Tories and Labour in the UK. They're dead. They're two dead parties. They ran that country for last 100 years or whatever. And now they're just gone. In one election cycle, they cease to exist. But folks, we are all out of time. This has been the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We want to thank each and every one of you out there for listening in. We got to go. DREAGUS Productions will have more shows coming right after this commercial break. As for us, we'll see you on Sunday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time, right here on this channel. Thanks for listening.
All right. Great show, guys. Looking forward to editing it later on. But I got 2 more shows coming up. And I got to get Jack up and ready here in just a minute or
Barry,
two.
Thanks for coming out, man.
Yeah.
You did awesome tonight.
Yeah, thanks for coming out of the closet there, Barry. Yep.
You know what tonight felt like to me? It felt like it did when we were under the heavy, heavy oppression during the Biden regime.
Oh, really?
Because we're feeling that same tension, man. It's all over again. It's just at a different level, right? It's, we're in control now instead of being but it's that same level of tension, man. We're experiencing it all over again.
All right, guys. You guys take care. I'm gonna get Jack going here. So you take care, and I'll get this up and out tomorrow.
I'll talk to you next week, Barry.
All right.
I'll see you Sunday, Mark.
Yep.
Bye.
So.
Hello, hello, hello. End this meeting and get Jack going. Hey, Jack, how's it going? I just finished up with CS. He had a great show.
Nice.
Yep. Let me check up on OBS and make sure everything's good to go there.
Yeah, that's fine. Do your thing.
We're doing good there. Yeah, we're doing good.
Excellent.
And do. Oh yeah, I wanted to do that too. So how's your night going?
Oh, it's going all right. It's been a crazy busy week, man, as usual, and I'm just trying to play catch up this week. So.
Yep.
But
that's how it goes sometimes.
That's exactly right. How's your week been going?
This week has started out pretty well, and I'm looking forward to having. I had a great show earlier, so I'm looking for your show to be awesome as well. So, be good to go. Once we get everything rolling. So what you got for us tonight, Jack?
Oh man, we got a lot of cyber prophecy, a lot of paranormal in the news, which I need to pull up my phone here real fast. A little bit of cryptid corner, and gonna talk about beware the blue orbs that come along with the hitchhiker effect. So,
yep.
there's a lot of people that are getting like radiation sickness from these blue orbs that they keep coming across out there. So
Yeah, what's up with
what happened
that?
to you?
You know, radiation sickness, most likely, huh?
Right.
There we go.
So
All right. And let me. We got 30 seconds, and then we'll be off to the races like a herd of turtles. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And Jack, you are live and on the radio side for the first time tonight, right now.
welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, and we are broadcasting from 300 feet deep in an abandoned nuclear missile silo lost in the post-apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota Territories. And, well, I'm joined, as always, by the paranormal crime-fighting duo Daisy and the Sundance Kid are riding shotgun tonight in the silo, working security. And today, roving in bands high above the silo through the post-apocalyptic wastelands, we spotted drunken space sailors from 3i Atlas. They were sporting purple mohawks, and they were donning anal probes and lights that strobe. Beware. 3i Atlas has been on every little intelligence stream that trickles in our way here in the silo, and can tell you that, well, there's some interesting headlines out there. Paranormal in the News is all about 3i Atlas, and 3i Atlas features prominently in our cyber prophecies. If you've been following my show at all in any way, you'll know that. And where else are you going to? What other show is out there that shows you the conjunction of like cyber prophecy with Paranormal in the News, and at the same time, like, you know, we're going to talk about how this is going to affect economics around the world. I call that the economics of the paranormal. And that's sort of an interesting, I might as well make that a little, you know, segment of the show, because really you can't get around the cyber prophecies without addressing economic issues and preparing yourself for that. Not a financial analyst, not a financial expert, and I don't give financial advice whatsoever. However, I am a paranormal expert, and where these worlds converge, and I also have a lot of personal experience through the years of actually trading in the markets. So I'm not completely a neophyte to the whole thing that's going on in the cryptocurrency market world, and we're going to talk about some of that tonight, because let's face it, guys, the webbot was spot on, dead spot on with its predictions about 3i Atlas. It is not a comet, it is not an asteroid, it is an alien craft. It said so many months ago, and this was confirmed by Dick Algier over at Future Forecasting Group, and he's probably the premier remote viewer on the planet, besides probably Joseph McMoneagle is the only other person I would put on that tier, that echelon. But you know, you have headlines today like running in the Daily Mail right now is NASA quietly deploys planetary defense tools after interstellar visitor shows odd behavior. and I quote, NASA has quietly made a major move to defend the planet after the mysterious interstellar object displayed more strange and unexplainable behavior. The supposed comet, dubbed 3I Atlas, has just been added to the list of threats tracked by a United Nations endorsed group focused on planetary defense. That's what the webbot predicted exactly, was that worldwide conversations would turn to the idea that, yes, we are not alone. And 3I Atlas is actually an alien craft, and this is going to bring with it incoming wave of ontological shock, which is what I talked about on my last show. You know, I'll say it again and again. Incoming. Prepare yourself. You know, here in the silo, we're basically in hunkered down mode at this stage. We might be slightly ahead of the curve a little bit, but it's better ahead of the curve than behind the curve on something like this. And you know, the 3I Atlas making its way into human consciousness is fascinating because Dick Algier, you know, he was giving a double blind target. It ended up being 3I Atlas, and he detected that 3I Atlas is actually being moved around interstellar space by a highly evolved type of tractor beam, for lack of a better term. It is some sort of energy beam that comes from way off of space, point way off in space, that's actually directing 3I Atlas to us. How could that possibly play into the PIA master theory that the entire galaxy has already been colonized by a type 3 civilization, and they come back by every so often and farm those civilizations back into its fold? Is that what we're seeing? Or is 3I Atlas a battleship? Because A.V. Loeb, the Harvard scientist, is saying he believes that this is probably a hostile entity. That could very well be the case. And in which case, NASA, it says, quietly deploying planetary defense tools. Remember how last week I was saying they were going to fire up the UFOs? Well, they're firing them up. They are out at Area 51 as we speak, and they're kicking the tires. So, interesting times. We live in interesting times. Don't let anyone ever tell you that life is boring, or you know right away that they are not paying attention. Because you can't make this kind of fiction up. Trust me. You know, part of what I do is I'm in the book production business. True, I have 10 authored books on paranormal subjects, but I also just produce books in all kinds of different genres. But I can tell you that we're at a stage now where this thing is like a needle, 3I Atlas, and it's, you know, metaphorically speaking, it's about to pop the bubble of humanity's consciousness. And with that comes a whole lot of just radical change. You know, if you ascribe to the Webbot prophecies in conjunction with Vedic astrology and artificial intelligence now, which is being incorporated into it, along with the Schumann resonance indicators and things like that, you'll be aware of the vast amount of radical change that is being predicted to take place. And central among that, and let's face it, the one thing that really reaches its tentacles into every facet of life as we know it is the financial structure. You just can't get away from that, right? And for a long time, the WebBot has predicted, and so has the future forecasting group over there, headed by Dick Algeier, and he's in Honolulu, Hawaii, have long forecasted the meteoric rise of cryptocurrencies as the fiat currencies of the world begin to implode. They will just simply implode because of their own debt, the weight of it. The U.S. is spending around $2 trillion alone to service our debt every year. Our GDP, gross domestic product, is right around $2 trillion. We're spending another $2 trillion on top of that we're borrowing every year. And that's why they just shut the government down. They shut the government down because one party wants another $1.5 trillion to borrow on top of the $2 trillion we're already going to spend, on top of, I just had the headline hit my intelligence stream right before it came on the air, that the U.S. has officially, we just officially tonight, just a few minutes ago, guys, hit 38 trillion in debt with a big OT. So if anybody thinks out there in Radio Land thinks that we're going to somehow pay off 38 trillion in debt, including the interest, raise your hand, I guess, because I'm betting that there's not a single person out there that says, oh yeah, I think that's possible. Not possible. And if that's not possible, you have to begin to entertain the notion that the WebBot, who has been right time after time after time of late, let's face it, the fact that it predicted Three-Eye Atlas and that it predicted that it was an alien craft of some kind and that would be openly discussed all over the world, means that the following predictions that it made of events that are supposed to occur after that have an extremely high probability of occurring. Extremely high. And when you take into account that Dick Algeier and the Future Forecasting Group have confirmed through their own paranormal means the same thing that the WebBot predicted all those many years ago, and even in these recent months, blindly, completely independently. And that seems to match even ancient prophecies of a time of radical change occurring right now on the planet. And that matches Vedic astrology, talking about how we're in the ascending part of the Kali Yuga, a time of radical change. All of that coincides. Those are all technical indicators of a paranormal kind, and they're all pointing in the same direction. Is there anybody out there that does technical analysis of stock charts and asset charts? I don't know, but I have for a very long time, and I was taught by a master chartist on how to read those types of things. And I can tell you that you're in a state right now that a lot of the analysts, technical analysts that I follow out there in the professional financial world are saying that you're on the verge of what they're calling a super cycle in cryptocurrencies. There's a huge reason for that. Traditionally, cryptocurrencies followed a 4-year pattern. Since their inception, really, and since the top tier main cryptos like Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and those top tier ones have been around. They seem to have followed a 4-year cycle. It's interesting. There's a analyst out there that can take all of those cryptocurrency charts and lay them side by side, and they all look really identical to one another. And not only that, but you can lay down next to them a liquidity chart of the US government printing money. And as they print more and more money and there's more and more liquidity being pumped into the system, the higher those go in value. It's a simple formula that's causing it to occur. And what are they doing right now? They are dropping interest rates and they are pumping money like it's going to go out of style. They don't have a choice. That's what they have to do. And this is leading, mainstream financial analysts like Rule Paul and a few other really well-known, Michael Saylor, the Bitcoin billionaire, an investor who owns the company that's I think they're going to acquire about 7% of the entire Bitcoin supply, and that's going to be a treasury of some kind. How they get yield out of that, I don't know, but there are Ethereum treasury companies that are popping up all over the place, and these are companies that simply buy up Ethereum and then stake it, and by staking it they earn yield or interest off of the money that they have used to purchase those tokens. That's huge. Larry Fink on Fox Business this last week. If you know who Larry Fink is, then you're in the game. Larry Fink is the head of BlackRock. And who is BlackRock? BlackRock is, quote, the company who owns the world. Said on Fox Business this week that he was intent on tokenizing all assets. All assets. Do you know how many hundreds of trillions of dollars that is? All of it going to blockchain. And guess what network that they will have to build it all on to execute those smart contracts? That's the Ethereum network. That's why there's a lot of people predicting the so-called flippening, which means that Ethereum will overtake Bitcoin as the 800-pound gorilla of the crypto world and actually become much more valuable than Bitcoin over time. Think of it, they're saying Bitcoin is digital gold, Ethereum is digital oil. That's really what it is. And you're buying software, a software network that all of it's executed on, and it's the equivalent really of owning oil producing property, because the more network traffic, the higher the yield is on your money, the bigger the return is without you having to buy or sell the underlying asset. That's huge. Absolutely huge. And they're going to tokenize everything, from real estate to precious metals to all banking to you name it, all of it. And there's a big, good reason why they're going to do that. And that is because it will save them trillions of dollars in transactional cost that they have to pay right now. Imagine the problem with gold and silver is it's heavy and it's bulky and it's expensive to ship around. The security, the vaults, the weight, everything is tough. It's a tough thing to move around. Imagine if all of that were tokenized and you simply could hit a few keystrokes on your button and transfer vast amounts of gold back and forth. That's what they're talking about. There won't be a time anymore when banks are closed on the weekend. That won't exist. The stock market will no longer be closed on the weekend. It will be open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, just like the cryptocurrency markets are. So you're going to see radical change. If certain web bot predictions are to be believed, and there's every indication to believe that it's correct, there will come a time really when, if you own a Bitcoin, you're like a multi-billionaire. And people will own minute little fractions of a Bitcoin, and like a loaf of bread will cost you like 0.0000001 Satoshi, which is a tiny little fraction of a Bitcoin. And the entire world economy will be converted to blockchain technology because all transactional costs disappear instantly when you do that. It is a huge, huge way for them to make all kinds of money. And they're not going to pass it up. Is it the revolution that's going to, knock over the old power structure and take over and everything? Probably not. The people that are in control of the old system are fully aware of the potency of the blockchain technologies, and they are actively building Wall Street products for investors to use to access cryptocurrencies. There are a line of ETFs, or electronically traded funds, that are being offered from everyone from Grayscale to BlackRock to JP Morgan to you name it. List goes on and on. That you can now, as a 401k owner or whatever, ask them to allocate some of your, funds into. And they're saying something like, they're telling people like 2%. You ask Raoul Pal, the, worldwide famous analyst, and he'll tell you that, that if you want to really unscrew your future, as he puts it, because your future is screwed right now. If you want to unscrew your future, then you're going to have to realize that we are in the very beginning throes of a super cycle that's going to alter the way everything is done in the world. And with that will include a meteoric rise in the price of cryptocurrencies. And he's telling people to basically, concentrate your retirement ideas into this, because if you don't, there's no other way to get out of the debasement of the value of the currency that you have spent your entire life accumulating. In other words, the US dollar and other fiat currencies are going to do this rapidly as cryptocurrency is doing this. So it's one of those things. It's like a survival thing, At the same time, we were covering precious metals last week. Wow. Silver, right? Went all the way up to like 54. Then it had a major correction. Now it's down around 48, almost $49. Almost about to test that $50 mark again. Many of the analysts are saying they expect triple-digit silver in the not too distant future. That's just not out of the realm of easy possibility at all. And it looks like China and India are buying up most of the gold. That keeps going up and up and up. That's China and India doing that. China is accumulating so much gold that they want to try to subvert the US dollar as the reserve currency by having the yuan, which is their currency, completely backed by gold. So you can see the battles that are taking place. We have the whole trade war with China. China just cut off our supplies of rare earth minerals. We have now made a deal with Australia to acquire those same minerals. There is Project Warp Speed here in the US to be able to refine those minerals. And in return, we are selling Australia a crap load of nuclear submarines. Whew. Doesn't get any better than that. I served on one, so I know they are the absolute deadliest weapon ever devised by mankind. So, and China is their enemy. So it's a good thing that we are selling them a ton of nuclear submarines, because they will eat the Chinese Navy alive if something ends up happening. So, like I said, interesting times. Tonight we are going to be talking about the hitchhiker effect and those pesky blue orbs that keep making everybody sick. Stick with me. We're going to be right back after this break.
All right, we're on radio break. Great job, Jack. Blue orbs.
Blue, beware the blue orb. Beware the blue orbs.
Oh, did you see that? What was it? Something came down out of space and landed in Australia. It's a piece of space
I
junk.
did see that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Nancy
I
put
did
that
see
up,
it.
and she's going to be talking about 3i Atlas tonight too.
Cool.
Yep, that's.
Yeah.
I talked to her earlier today. Yep.
Nice.
And she's down like 3 people, so if you want to pop in maybe for a little bit, that'd be kind of cool.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. After I eat, I'll see if I can log back on with you guys.
Yeah. Just let me know, and then that you're back, and then I'll get you in the room, and I'll let her know too that you'll try to come back in later. What do you want to do? Try to head for the second hour then, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I'll see. I'll see what I can do.
I'll give her a heads up on that, because she was a little concerned about maybe not having enough people, and I'm like, look,
She's
so
always
long
got
as you got like
3.
3 people, you're good to go. Like
Yeah, you're good
it's not
to
like
go.
she couldn't call me in. Hey, Mark, what do you think? I'm like, oh, well, and then I would have to bring up something about midgets that ride Vikings back in the day with dual battle axes or something. It's like, she actually looked that up, and I'm like, oh yeah, there was a Viking chieftain. He was a midget. he rode a giant berserker into battle, wielding twin battle axes. You could just, me. I can be pretty graphic about how I'm explaining it. So her and Roger were looking it up. Like, well, I can't find it. Like that must have been a D&D campaign you did. No, if it was, it would have been grand, because I can come up with some really good stuff for that too.
Right.
Yeah, I would be like, no, I wouldn't have done that for D&D. I would have been like, I would have said, no, there were 2 drow elves, brothers, they're half brothers, and they're half elves, and they're thieves, and they go around stealing the wheels off of chariots. That's put them up on blocks. Medieval chop shop. That's me.
Great.
But that's
Wow.
But no. Sonia in the YouTube chat. Yeah, and then we got Larry over on Facebook listening to us, and we got all the folks in Kick Chat tonight. Appreciate each and every one of you all. Yeah, thank you.
Cool. Is there a lot of chatting going on? Are we getting some chatting?
They're listening,
We need some chatter.
we get that every now and then, got great conspiracy, and maybe I know he's restreaming us tonight over on Kick and probably D Live, and then also over Roger's been around too. So I'm not sure if he's restreaming us or not. He could be. If he's around, he usually does. And appreciate all the folks that do that to help us get out each and every inch, Every listener counts to us. Thank you, even if it's not through me. Anyways, we got less than 30 seconds, and I'm going to bring you back in about 6 seconds. Kix Clemens chick in the Kick chat. Welcome, welcome. And here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. I'm your host, Jack Carey, your tour guide to the Twilight Zone. And tonight we are talking about Three Eye Atlas incoming, ontological shock incoming, major economic upheaval incoming. What else can we say is we are at this stage kind of hunkered down. If you're out there still not hunkered down at all in your life or whatever, it's going to be a wild ride. This is the great space roller coaster that we call the Earth. And the ontology of the universe, this self-revealing ontology, as the Webbot likes to put it, is apparently putting us in a situation where we're going to have to deal with a actual alien craft. And Three Eye Atlas, as it comes in today, there's a headline out there that this thing hit reverse thrust, right? It was coming in hot, and this thing literally hit reverse thrust. It put the brakes on as it was coming in. So it will be, they say, if it continues at its current direction and speed, it will be here directly on December 25th. What are the odds of that, right? That's a little creepy. So, December 25th, Three Eye Atlas, alien on our doorstep. That's going to be something really, really crazy. Now, it should also cover the flash crash that occurred, about 10 days ago, something like that. In the crypto markets, according to certain analysts like Raoul Paul, that was a planned event. For the last, as I was mentioning earlier, for the past so many years, they've had these 4-year cycles, and what that's led to is a bunch of crypto traders, and these are Gen Zers. And they're all living in their parents' basements, right? And that's because we just have this like crazy housing problem in North America. And but instead of buying a house or anything like that, they're putting their money in Bitcoin, and they're putting their money in Ethereum and some other cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. Well, that's led a few of them to basically get in early. They got in early and they got lucky, and they rode that 1,500%, return on Bitcoin. 1,500% return, right? And it made a lot of millionaires, lots and lots of millionaires, right? Really young millionaires. And those guys ended up buying houses and stuff, right? But they also got really complacent and really greedy, and they ended up taking positions, either long or short, didn't really matter on the flash crash, that they were highly leveraged on. In other words, they borrowed money against their own cash up to 10-fold. And then they had that out there when the flash crash came crashing down on top of them. It took everything. You want a real you want to read a group of real horror stories for this Halloween, go over to X and go to the Ethereum board and read those horror stories. Go to the Bitcoin board, read those horror stories where those people had extended themselves tenfold, right? And when the flash crash came and it hit their, they're called stop loss orders, it basically takes you out of the brokerage house will say, hey, you're about to lose everything, and they'll just execute the order to get their stuff back. And it wiped out all kinds of people. One guy I saw lost $30 million in a day. $30 million in a day. Gone. Vanished forever. He'll never get it back. So be very, very careful if you are walking that high wire out there. But, if he had a longer timeline and had not been leveraged, and that is a horrible idea, never borrow money to trade with. That is just the stupidest thing I think anybody could ever do. Any analyst will tell you, just don't do it. It's awfully, for a lot of people, it's awfully tempting to do that, because if you're right just once, if you're really right just once and you're leveraged 10 times and you're made, if you're smart and you get out there, you know what I mean? If you don't just keep doing that over and over again. So crazy stories. But we're going to be talking about, our main topic is the hitchhiker effect. And there's a good reason for that. And that's because it continues to plague the people at Skinwalker Ranch. And, not a lot of paranormal analysts out there around the world are talking about the hitchhiker effect. And they should be really foremost in paranormal discussions, if you ask me. Because it is really probably the most interesting discovery in the paranormal world in a very long time. And it leads us to one inescapable conclusion. Make a long story short, people that were involved in government programs that had to do with either Skinwalker Ranch or with the Pentagon's UFO program would go home to experience a wide array of other kinds of paranormal activity, everything from poltergeist activity down to a documented dogman encounter with a CIA agent's wife. Crazy stuff, right? These people would study UFOs during the daytime, go home at night, and all of a sudden, it's like somebody opened a doorway to hell. There's just nonstop paranormal activity going on. One of those manifestations of paranormal activity came in the form of blue orbs, and that's our main topic tonight. Beware the blue orbs of the hitchhiker effect. So, don't be too surprised if you're a contactee or if you're somebody out there that's had close approximation to an unidentified flying object, otherwise known as a flying saucer or an alien craft, something you thought was an alien craft. And all of a sudden, a few days later, you're on a walk and you're walking your dog, and you begin to see a little light off in the distance that looks like a little blue orb, right? And it gets closer and closer and closer, and eventually it brushes against you as it flies by. Then a week or two later, you get sick. You go to the doctor, and they diagnose you with an extreme and exotic form of cancer. And are asking you, why or how did you get exposed to that degree of ionizing radiation? Because that exact scenario has happened numerous times. And that is very interesting. So in other words, the people that were part of these programs that would go home and experience this wide array of paranormal activity, ghost activity, everything you can imagine, would often come into contact with little blue orbs that seem to track them down. And when the orb made contact with them, they contracted exotic forms of cancer. That is being studied by one of the world's finest scientific minds, a guy named Dr. Gary Nolan. He's a Stanford scientist, and a lot of people think he's probably the best scientific mind on the planet right now. And it's interesting because Dr. Nolan's been on 100 podcasts, big podcasts, podcasts with hundreds of thousands of listeners, you know. And he has stated numerous times that as a child, he had alien experiences. The little men, as he put it, would often appear in his room, right? He remembers that. He also remembers in college seeing Whitley Strieber's cover of his book Communion and recall, and that bringing up a lot of memories for him. And he remembers as a paper boy having a craft fly directly right overhead, just a few feet. Things like that. And I've often, when I heard him say those stories, tell those stories, automatically alarm bells went off in my brain, because what are we looking at here? Is this a type of cosmic social engineering? How is it? I mean, what are we saying? Coincidence that this kid had such experiences as a child by the little men that came to visit him in his room and as a paper boy, etc., ends up becoming not only the finest scientific mind on the planet, but the guy that the government designates to study the ill health effects being caused to humans by alien craft. Think about that. Because if that's not the very definition of social engineering, I don't know what is. Now let's flash back to the hitchhiker effect, right? So Nolan's involved with all this, you know. He's been to Skinwalker Ranch and at the Pentagon and dealt with all those people and all that kind of stuff. But this is a guy who also says that he's got some witnesses that he believes in wholeheartedly that told him, and it was a family, and they were in a station wagon. The station wagon had like a plexiglass roof on it, so they could see through the roof, right? And they noticed often that they were driving in their station wagon, the family, and they noticed a light off in the distance, the typical UFO story. It was off the road, out in the field, it came closer, eventually it flies right over the car. When it does, it has apotheum effects. That's what they call it, apotheum effects, which means it changed the radio station and the time on the clock, meaning that there's a weird time bending thing taking place during all of this. And they had the whole thing, right? The whole UFO experience. Flew right over their car. Huge craft, they said. Huge. Football field size. Except for one guy sitting in the back seat who also saw the craft fly over the top of the car, and what he reported wasn't a big craft at all. What he reported was a tiny little orb about like that. And what Nolan suspects is that tiny little orb was projecting the image of a vast craft into the minds of the people in that car. For what purpose, we have to ask ourselves. Clue 1. Right? Let's put that in the envelope of clue 1 and set it aside. Clue 2, the hitchhiker effect itself, because when it comes right down to it, you have to ask yourself a simple question. Do we have a phenomenon which is Earth-based, pretending during certain periods, times, and places, and to certain people as the UFO phenomenon? Or does the UFO phenomenon itself bring with it inherently the hitchhiker effect? In other words, is there an entity basically living at Skinwalker Ranch that's been imprisoned on this planet forever, that's able to manifest at will into various forms and to project images and things like that into human mind? Is that entity pretending to be an alien presence on this planet, or is the alien presence on this planet inherently part of something larger and something more paranormal than we suspect? Can't really have it both ways. And we can't ignore the hitchhiker effect, no matter how uncomfortable these questions make us. Can't be done. So how do we begin to take a mental scalpel and dissect the mystery from this state? And I bring up the blue orbs because it's still happening. So if you're somewhere and you're out there and you see a blue orb and it's getting close to you, try to get away from it. Do what you can to get away from it. It is not something that's going to be helpful or healthy for you. The vast majority of the people who have had that occur have come down with unique and exotic forms of cancer that cannot be cured. They are getting zapped with ionizing radiation. The very same thing Gary Nolan says is occurring in our Air Force pilots who have had close encounters with UFOs. Explain that one. Pretty tough to explain, isn't it? Unless there is a causal connection between the two, the laws of probability cease to exist. So that's kind of where we're left right now in analyzing the hitchhiker effect. And to make things even more complicated still, the hitchhiker effect reached its little tentacle into the cryptozoology world and produced a dogman encounter. Wrap your brain around that. This entity, as I highly suspect it is, living at Skinwalker Ranch, is able to quantumly entangle itself with the consciousness of the observer in such a way that it can pick out what might be the most horrific, terrifying thing to present to you at any given time. It's either that or the UFO phenomenon is bringing ghost with it. Right? Has to be one or the other. Can't really say it's not. I mean, all anybody has to do is basically read the book, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, and you will see how well researched and written by Dr. Cole Kelleher, you know, the guy that was one of the principal chief scientists for Bob Bigelow at Skinwalker Ranch. It doesn't come from a more seasoned veteran into all of this that's been happening and from his mouth. So we have to acknowledge that, and we have to work our way from there, because just doing the status quo, the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is the definition of the insanity. It is time for paranormal research, for cryptozoology research to evolve. Pardon the pun. So And right in the middle of all of this occurring is one of our main congressmen, Anna Paulina Luna, coming out and publicly saying that on Joe Rogan, that she was shown personally in a skiff, undeniable evidence, indisputable evidence that the creatures that we are dealing with, that are behind the alien craft, are interdimensional in nature. That's interesting in and of itself. If we didn't have a memo in my possession, by the way, from the FBI dated 1947 that states the exact same thing. In fact, it gives even more detail. I read it on the show a few episodes ago. It says that these creatures live on a planet on another dimension, which is parallel to ours, and their planet exists roughly in the same spot in that other dimension as the Earth. When we detonated a nuclear weapon in this planet, boom, it caused all kinds of damage to occur on theirs. They are advanced enough to have discovered a way to come into this particular dimension. When they do, they automatically become material and materialize as the shape and forms of all these craft that we keep seeing. It goes on to state that their idea is that because we damaged their world through our nuclear testing, they're now going to colonize this one. Now, if you were an insider and you had been read into all of this, every last line, given every detail, and then they said, okay, have at it. Go tell whoever you want. Doesn't matter to us. Go tell whoever you want. Who do you think you're going to go tell that's going to believe you? Who? And that's how easy it is to keep a secret. And you had Jeremy Corbell, or keep this particular secret anyway, because the truth is so unbelievable, it's easy for people to remain in a state of denial about it. And they will do so until it boils them alive. So, you have all of this going on at the time when you have people like Cliff High. You have all kinds of, Dick Allgaier. There's a few others out there. They're all pointing the direction to the lifeboats, saying, guys, you better start making your way to the lifeboats because this one's going to get hairy, right? So, and that's why we cover that on this show. The orbs are a major problem. Just beware. Be aware that they appear to be connected to a larger entity of some kind, and that entity apparently has bad intentions towards humans, or it wouldn't be doing the damage that it does. Maybe, who knows, maybe it's unintentional. It's doing some sort of mind melt with the person, and it's unintentional, but it's ironic. I think that it's giving off ionizing radiation to all of these witnesses, and the UFO phenomenon, the one constant in all of it, going back to the very earliest accounts that we have, are that it's absolutely obsessed with nuclear anything. And here we have these little blue orbs emitting ionizing radiation. That little connection, that little click between those two things, I can't get out of my mind. There's a connection there. It's possible, and I'm going to throw this little clue out there for would-be researchers in the world. These broadcasts are like my little message in a bottle. I throw them out there and we'll see where the universe takes them. Hopefully they go across the pond. But there's something to look up. Look up nuclear reactor in Gabon, Africa, 2.2 billion years ago. It was a natural nuclear reactor. Is it possible that this natural nuclear reactor actually caused a doorway to open that allowed an entity into the Earth's crustal structure of some kind? The very one that we're dealing with now, and which can't stay away from our nuclear technology. It's like a moth to a flame. Food for thought, guys. Until next week, I would keep your eyes to the skies and on your computer screens and take in as much intelligence as you can while we're going through this. I will see you next Wednesday night. Stay tuned for Vixen's Vault. We'll see you.
Great show, Jack. Appreciate it.
Sure.
I'll get this up and out tomorrow. And hopefully you can come in later on with us.
Cool.
All right. I'm
Sounds
going
good,
to
sir.
stick around with me for just a couple seconds till I can get me off the radio side for TMV Cafe, which I just did. And then I'm going to get Nancy up and running here in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right.
So, eat some barbecue.
You got barbecue? Oh, man.
Barbecue.
Don't
Barbecue
tease me.
pork. I cooked it 8 hours in the crock pan.
Pulled pork even? Oh, man, that's like my favorite, dude. All right.
Stuff.
Yeah, it is. All right. I'm going to get Nancy up and running, so I'll catch up with you later on.
Okay.
Hopefully later on tonight.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right, sir. Bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency radio show. And coming up right now is... we're getting ready to get Vixen's Vault up. Hold on, folks. I got to do some switching over. Oh, it looks like it's not going to be too hard to switch over. All right. All right, let me get them up and running. Oop, wrong one. There we go. 1, 2, 3. Get Jason in here, and oh, yeah, he's not coming in. All right. You get Raph. All right. Hey, Jason, how's it going?
Just peachy keen. How you doing, brother?
I'm a-doing. I am a-doing. Did
All
you
right,
get
all
your
right.
letter yet from D-Live?
Heck no, and I sure hope that I don't get one.
Yeah, me too. I don't know why I got one, but anyways.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Yeah.
Real weird.
Yeah.
I think they'll end up shooting themselves in the with that.
Yeah, I think so too, but I didn't think Mark was coming in tonight. Okay. Hey, Mark, I didn't think you were going to be able to make it in tonight.
Yeah, I should have just woken up. It was in the last hour when I put them off and I'll join.
Let me try for Nancy one more time and Roger. Roger probably not going to be able to make it. He said something about doing a mix down or something. He's rendering some stuff.
I saw something about Nancy just now.
Yep. Get everything up and rolling here pretty soon. I hope Nancy gets in here soon because we're running on time. But I'll get her. We'll make it work somehow, some way. I know she wanted to talk about 3-Eye Atlas. Come on, Nance. I'm getting feedback from you, Mark.
That should be better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You sound a
just
lot
the-
clearer now, too.
Yeah, it was underneath my jacket.
Is that a new mic?
No, I just
no.
put the... What I did is I put an extender on
no,
the...
that was for Mark Edworthy.
Oh, okay.
No, I've had this thing for...
Anyways,
Oh, no, because you sound good.
hold on here.
Okay. Nice and
I'm going to
clear.
bring us in, all right? All right, hello everybody. This is the Vixen's Vault, and we are currently trying to get a hold of the Vixen right now. It is 8 o'clock on the dot. October 22nd, 2025, and I am waiting for our hostess to come in. We have with us right now Mark Edworthy, Jason Quigley, a.k.a. MC Dirty Work. And I know Nancy talked to me earlier tonight about talking about 3-Eye Atlas. Jack Carey is going to come in on second hour. He's going to try to. I'm not sure about Roger, what's going on with Roger. Let me try to get Sonia in here too, if she can come in. And how you guys doing tonight? And what have you seen or heard about 3-Eye Atlas other than it's coming in hot and it put the brakes on to slow down to come into...
Somebody earlier was telling me that it's broken up into 3 separate segments. I don't know if that's true or not.
3 separate signals. I haven't heard about that yet, but that's something new on the horizon for me on that issue. Jack didn't talk about that. I'm surprised he didn't.
It might be fake news. I only heard about it earlier today. I've not done any research.
Yeah, I know that Nancy posted earlier about doing, what was it? There was some sort of space garbage that was dropped in Australia. Did you see about that?
No, I didn't. That's interesting, though.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. I don't normally host a show. I'm trying to hold on, and while I try to get a hold of our hostess with the mostest, and let me shoot her a line. And
The only thing I've heard of 3-Eye Atlas in terms of new news for me is, from what I had understood, is we weren't gonna be able to get a look at it until sometime in December, like early December. Now they're saying November. Yeah, now they're saying like a week from now or something like that.
Yeah. No,
I don't know, early November.
No, like the 25th of December is when it's supposed to like land or come into orbit or whatever. That's what Jack
I heard at
mentioned.
first that we wouldn't see it till December, but now I'm hearing early November. I don't know why.
Wow,
What the difference is.
Yeah, you never know. Those aliens are crazy like that. They could show up anytime.
Yeah, I guess so.
It's like well, I haven't seen anything new about folks talking about weird, crazy crop circle crap going on, stuff like that. But it could happen,
Well, apparently
maybe...
there's never anything like this 3-Eye Atlas. Never been anything that moved that quick. Never been anything that the sun's gravity didn't affect. As far as I understand, this thing is moving so quick, at least that's what they're telling us, that the sun's gravity just doesn't bring it in like it does other comets and other bodies in space. That's pretty tripped out. Apparently how it dropped right into the elliptical plane. I guess the planets go around in a plane or whatever, if you will.
Yeah.
And apparently this thing dropped in from the top, if you will, and just kind of came right in to the plane of different planets. This thing is apparently supposed to, almost like the Voyagers and the satellites, like it, how we send it out specifically to, almost bump into all the planets so it can get a good look at it. This thing, from what I understand, is doing the exact same thing, passing right by each planet, and is set to pass by us. Now they're saying early, or by the sun at least. So the sun isn't blocking our view of it. Early November, I'm hearing.
I heard from like 22nd.
Well,
November,
Jack's been saying through what he's found out that there's some sort of tractor beam or some sort of guidance from the Sagittarius system that's been pushing it or tracking it in, and that's where it originated from, and they can kind of gauge from that what and who or where it's this stuff is coming from. I don't know.
Has he ever seen anything like this before?
No, this is
whatever.
Totally new to all of us. I mean, I've been following UFOs and stuff like that for a long time and done shows on that. And, I've never heard anything like that. The closest thing that we've ever heard is Amora,
Right. But, and doesn't that mean scout in whatever, some other language?
Yeah, it could be like a scout.
Amora.
That's a Hawaiian term.
Yeah.
Right. It's interesting. Amora, the scout, comes in first, and then here comes this big old situation looking like a backwards comet with the tail at its nose.
Yeah, like that happens every day, That's why
I don't get it.
Yeah, that's why everybody, says, and believes that, it's not a comet, that it's, intelligently built and made. Welcome in everybody that's listening to us right now. Our normal host isn't with us right now. I am still trying to connect with her. I don't know what's going on. I wasn't planning on taking the show over, but I have for now. And once I do get her back up and on the move, she will take over her show. So it's just quite interesting how all of this pieces together, and December 25th is when Jack was saying that they're thinking that it's going to come in or maybe land or come into orbit or whatever around the planet. So that's an interesting time, don't you think? December 25th.
Yeah.
Christmas.
Well, especially because of the solstice. I mean, not so much because of Christmas, the holiday, right, but because that's literally 3 days where the sun is on the exact same degree.
Right.
It goes down to the southern hemisphere, and then for 3 days, the 22nd, 3rd, and the 24th, the U.S. Navy instruments will tell you that sucker does not move up 1 degree for 3 days. And then on the 25th, it starts coming back up north to get us warm again in the summer. And it makes its first degree upward on the 25th, which I would imagine is why we'd celebrate Christmas on the 25th.
Yeah, that's a big part of it. Yeah. Hey, Roger, welcome in. Hope everything's going good for you over there, not streaming, but rendering-wise and all that other good stuff that you've been doing.
Are you able?
I have not been able to get a hold of Nancy. I'm trying to get a hold of Nancy. I talked to her earlier, and everything was good to go. And we are live and on the radio side, as well as all the video platforms. We're talking about 3i Atlas and how it's weird and strange how it's coming in, and it speeds up, it slows down, it takes different trajectories and all that other stuff. So, yeah, what do you think about it, Roger?
Give me a second. I don't know if you guys can hear me.
I can hear you really good. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're coming through loud and clear, brother.
Yeah. Yeah, because, we had a huge dissertation by Mark Edworthy earlier, and you're just getting in on it, so we appreciate your feedback, too. Right, Mark? Yeah. He's like, yeah, those aliens don't know anything about what's going on because they didn't read the terms of services and all that other good stuff. They don't know what we have.
That explains what's going on at D-Live.
Yeah. Yeah, well...
they took them hostage or took them over.
Yeah, I believe that could be the case there, too, because maybe too many truthers were out there besides PSB. Or yeah.
Indeed.
Can't have channels like mine.
Too transhumanist.
Transhumanist?
I find it odd that a transhumanist is the one that's being broadcast all over the news channels too, as talking about UFOs could be approaching Earth,
Yeah. Hey, Raph. Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, guys.
Where's Nancy at? Where's our hostess at?
Nancy's not feeling good today.
Okay, then you got to take the show over. I talked to her earlier, and she was doing all right.
Yeah, she's been up and down, but you know what? It's she can't seriously able to stick up for hers.
You're sounding a little choppy, but I'm going to turn it over to you anyways, okay?
Yeah, absolutely. So, so what were we talking about already?
3i Atlas and cryptocurrency, along with the terms of service, why the aliens just can't come in right away, and they have to go through immigration, and you haven't submitted them and given them their green cards yet. Anyways, it's all yours, Raph. Good luck.
All right, so good evening, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the VIXEN'S Vault. And I see that our esteemed panel has already started the show without me, which I'm happy because I screwed up today. I was running behind, but here I am. So, and Nancy's out, is sick tonight, so I'm going to be filling in for her. So, anyway, yeah, the 3i Atlas is actually something I did want to talk about tonight because I just got a picture sent to me. It was an X post that actually it was a very clear picture, supposedly leaked by the Japanese, and it was a very lit up. How do I say this? The structure itself, the whole aircraft, the whole spacecraft is lit up like a Christmas tree, like a small city in an asteroid. Have you guys seen that one yet?
I have not, and nor have I heard about it. That's really...
I seen something that looked like there were other things coming in and out of it.
Well, that was something that Nancy sent me an article about that but I am looking for.
It could be here in the chat. I can look in there real quick for you and see if she posted
it. Yeah,
would you?
Would you? Yeah, I know I had sent it to Nancy. But yeah, it's a very interesting picture. I'm trying to find it so I can send it to you guys, but it is lit up. And there's no way that can be mistaken as just an asteroid. Somebody's mic is going. It's got a lot of static in the background.
It's Roger. It's Roger.
Roger?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Roger.
Hold on.
All right, no problem. But yeah, so I'm looking at patterns here. I'm looking at all the things that are supposed to be happening to I don't know, bring up this end game, whether you believe in Trump and the Cube thing and everything else. There's a lot of things going on that seem to be aligning for coming to fruition this winter, anywhere between November to December. You got, we've talked many times about the Hegelian dialectic, and that, we get played by both parties down the middle. Even Hitler said that the U.S. government is basically two parties that play the population down the middle, and they hand the baton over every 20 years or so in order to, they'll get fed up with one side's policies, and they'll revert back to the other side, and so on and so forth. And that's just enough to keep people divided, but not organized enough to pay attention to what's going on and stop them from doing what they're doing. But that being said, if you look at everything that's happened in the last, let's just say 10 years, we know that the powers that be, the people at the very top, I think we've just also discussed that I think that federal government is middle management at best, and that they push the policies that are brought down by the people that run the world. But they have been calling for and demanding universal digital identity for at least 10 years. At least 10 years that I can hear about. I know it was longer than that, but that was when I found out about it.
It's goes all the way back to Tony Blair and 1997.
Okay, there we go.
Back in. Tony Blair's been working on this ever since he was Prime Minister of the UK. And in 2006, he introduced optional ID cards into this country. And when Dick Cameron came into power in 2010, it was totally scrapped.
Yes, and that's the other issue. The issue is it has been revived, and there was just recently one of your government officials that announced that by the end of the parliamentary session that everybody must have digital ID or they cannot work in the UK.
It looks like it's going to fall on its face. There's so many legal issues with this.
Well, I agree, but I mean, how many times have we said that the governments are not operating by their constitutional mandates? They are operating on what the hell are you going to do about it? It's basically it's on us to push back, and we have been pushing back, especially here in the United States. But the problem is that, as I see it, yes. They brought in the eggplant to fill the Oval Office for 4 years. I'm talking about Biden, the vegetable. They brought him in for 4 years, and they used his administration to bring in a bunch of illegals. Which
this was going back to Obama's time, though.
Yes.
It's been, like I said, Obama, Tony Blair, there's a connection there. Tony Blair Foundation, that's pushing it at this present moment.
Yep.
In Australia, UK, Canada, New Zealand, and in some pockets in the US.
Let's look back at some of the things that they've been calling for. They've been calling for universal digital ID. They've been calling for police state that's as powerful as the military. That was Obama's words. They've been calling for the end of encryption and basically all across the board surveillance of U.S. citizens. And they've been calling for, again, going back to the police state. They've been wanting this for a long time, but how do you justify it? Well, the answer to me to all of that is this massive push for illegal immigrants into every country, whether it's the United States, the UK, Switzerland, Sweden, you name it. They push this mass migration in so that they can justify the police state. look at what Trump's doing. He's rolling out, scores and scores of ICE and Border Patrol, and now National Guard and the Marines and everybody else that he can muster. And right now, and actually since this started, Kristi Noem has been making the tour and getting Latin America to jump onto digital identity, which pisses me off because I was getting ready to go, set up residency down there. And it's more. I can't see how none of this is any of this is unrelated. I think it's all part of the greater plan. And I just have a very hard time. Go ahead.
So I was just saying I could go back all the way back to the 1930s and the Frankfurt School of Culture and Philosophy.
This goes deeper. Like Nancy's in the chat talking about Operation Bluebeam.
Yeah.
And whenever it's like I was discussing it, and everybody gets all cheesy about it, thinking that it's boring and stuff. But the thing of it is like even Jack was reflecting on this stuff in his episode just before. You know what I mean? It's just everybody loves to hear the word aliens, and they love to hear the word freaking conspiracy and stuff, but they don't realize that the government's been researching consciousness since freaking well before the 1950s into the 40s and 30s. And we're seeing up in space could be something that's been actually done to us. Okay, look at freaking what's happened in the last 10 years. We've had a vaccine that's been put out that everybody's been taking that's been genetically modified, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you took it or not, because it's called herd vaccination. If you're close to somebody who's been vaccinated by a herd, the herd's going to vaccinate you automatically. So you've got it. Okay. After that, we had this freaking mysterious freaking these mysterious drones popping up last year, okay, that nobody has yet to explain, and now all of a sudden we've got these not one but two objects from outer space that we've started noticing. Okay, so this stuff could be implanted directly into your brain. They don't need to create a hologram in the sky, man. That's like 20, 30 years ago. When it comes to thinking.
Well, technically, I was just going to say, whether they do it by tapping into our brain, like the technology you're speaking of, or whether they, spray barium, strontium, aluminum, whatever they need in the sky to make a hologram, whatever the means of the manipulation would be, I got little problem believing that they would, do something like that. I think you're totally right, or I think you're totally reasonable naming the things that you named leading up to that. And I think there's probably, like, seriously, I would say there's a 20 to 25% chance, it's just my opinion, that they will pull some sort of quote unquote Operation Bluebeam, Operation whatever. Maybe they show us nothing and just tell us a scary story when we finally get a look at this thing, when they say that they finally get a look at this thing. I think that's crazy enough as it is. If there is a 25% chance, I think that's a huge chance. I totally don't think you're off the rails there.
I agree. I think that it has a lot to do with mental manipulation, and it's like I said before, I honestly believe that the government has freaking scientists doing research into consciousness. I mean, they want to know how our brain works, and they want to manipulate us, because the part that I didn't mention before was the fact that we have a brain, and this brain is a myth generator. Ever since the beginning of time until now, we have generated myths from our freaking brain, okay? That goes not just into gods and religion or myths. It goes into superheroes. We have people that love playing RPGs. This is all biological. This is what we do naturally, Okay, and they're taking advantage of that shit. They're taking advantage of it.
Isn't there quite a no quote about humans being story creators, teller creators?
And I have no problem with that because I love sci-fi. I love to write science fiction. I love it. Okay, but you can't tell me that these government officials and these scientists aren't working together to manipulate that in some way.
Absolutely. Did you guys see the X post I just dropped? It's that's the supposed leaked, cleared up photo of 3i Atlas, and yeah, I mean that's. I don't know. Do you guys ever watch Robotech as kids?
Yes, Robotech.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
another name for it is Macross.
yeah, Macross Saga.
Yep.
It's a Japanese anime cartoon back in the day. But I always keep saying that it's funny that the aliens, the Centratis, the giants, from across space, they're giant beings of giant humans, but their ships all look like, basically lumps of turd. They're long lumps of long lumps of turds. It's just it's a weird shape, and I always thought it was funny. But now you fast forward to now, I mean, you got I can't remember the name of it, the Oumuamua satellite or asteroid that supposedly came
Oumuamua.
We were just speaking.
There you go. That one. I can never pronounce that one, but that you had that one come through, and everybody said that it was just basically it was a scouting mission, a ship that it was unnatural how it crossed through our solar system, and then now you've got this one, and both of them are elongated, which makes me question a lot of things, especially since our Navy's Solar Warden spacecraft are also cigar-shaped. And I know
I'm sorry, I'm just going to say, right before you came in, I made that same observation about Oumuamua being scout, and then here comes this crazy 3i Atlas never before seen situation right behind the scout. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah. But it's just it's like they're psychologically programming us. And I can't think, I can't help but think, going back to that cartoon, how long ago that came out, that they were telling us that the spacecraft that we should be looking for are elongated cigars or turds, lit up turds with Christmas lights. That's, if you look at the one that the Japanese supposedly leaked, it looks like a turd with Christmas lights all over it.
Have you heard of this disclosure film that's coming out? I think it's next month or something like that. And apparently they're supposed to talk about the drones that they never told us about. And I don't know, apparently a whole bunch of other disclosure stuff. And it's supposed to be on Netflix and a movie. And they're supposed to talk about probably this 3i Atlas and whatever else, anything but Epstein.
Well, the thing is, though, it's not just all the dominoes that they're lining up for the universal digital ID, which, of course, they have to collapse everything else in order to get everybody onto it. You're not going to be able to get onto the internet without universal digital ID. But one of the other factors that I think about that comes to the back of my head was the Deagle report that came out during the Obama administration. Do you remember that? They basically said
Absolutely. A lot
that
of
in
people talking about the
2025, in 2025 there was going to be a mass depopulation of the Western countries. The Western Anglo-American Empire. They were going to take the biggest hit population-wise in 2025. Time that with everything that's going down, the police state that they're putting in place, using immigration as the justification for the police state, full spectrum surveillance, universal digital identification, right on the heels of this 3i Atlas coming into our solar system. Supposedly, what, in November, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
how long have the scientists known about the 3I satellites? Because what I would claim called this slow march through the institutions thing that's been going on since, like I said, 1930s.
Well, you know what else gets me though when it comes to that? Okay, they supposedly cited this stuff. Okay, and when you go and you actually watch the scientific documentaries, they point blank tell you that they are completely defenseless when it comes to comets crashing into the Earth because they aren't able to catch them in time. So if a comet does collide into our planet, it would be too late for us to do anything about it. But yet they can find this mysterious object in space coming into our solar system. It just doesn't jive to me.
No, I think,
and then another
honestly,
one.
if they have a secret space program where they have like a, like the solar warden ship, the what they call, I think it was called the Helen Cotter, was the USS Helen Cotter. If you can have a secret space program where you can travel, like where Seth Richmond said, is that his name? The guy that died at Lockheed Skunk Works, Seth Rich.
Yes, well, Seth Rich was the guy that supposedly had the thumb drive with the
no. Yeah, the guy that died that on a deathbed
DC.
said that.
You're talking about Phil Schneider.
Yeah, Phil Schneider.
Okay, but basically he said that, we can take ET home. Anything you can think of, we can already do.
Oh no, that was the guy that ran Northrop. What was it? He owned Skinwalker Ranch for a time too. I can't remember his name.
Okay, but the fact that he's basically told us we can already do all this stuff. I think that they've known 3I was coming for a long time. I think they've been capable of scanning the skies in much more vivid detail than they'll ever tell us about. I'm sure that they can watch somebody taking a dump on Pluto. It's just not talked about. They don't want us knowing. They've gone through great lengths to obscure the fact that there's more life out there than just humans. That we're not the center of the universe. They're not going to tell us that they have the capability to do all this stuff, because then they'll have to answer the question, are we alone in the universe? Which they're not prepared to talk about.
Was in the 1920s a very popular sort of decade for cosmology?
Yeah. When Carl Sagan was still around.
Yeah.
And Carl Sagan, Leonard Nimoy, they were doing the circuit.
Later 60s, 50s.
But I seem to remember some of those. But again, that's not official acknowledgement by the governments saying that we are not alone in the universe. Those are like all the sci-fi documentary shows that like Ancient Aliens. We could be, we think it's a good possibility we're not alone in the universe, and this, that, whatever. This is how history really happened, but that doesn't mean that the government's acknowledging that. They're not going to officially say, "Yeah, we've known this for centuries."
Well, I mean, I think of it too on even the old school conspiracy theorist. Okay, and one thing that really bugs me about Ancient Aliens is the fact that they always come out with, and we know this. No, you don't know shit. Okay, this is just a theory that's being put out, and it's up to us to decide if it's real or if it's not. You know what I mean? It's because a lot of this stuff isn't fact. A lot of this stuff is just research that people have done, and I think that is something that's causing a lot of issues now too, because everybody's just buying into a lot of bullshit, believing that it's real, when in reality it's not. You'll hear a lot of people talking about we've started to awaken, and I'm sorry, I don't agree with that. I believe that we've been dumbed down. We've actually become dumb.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely, we've been dumbed down. I mean, that was the whole point of the Rockefeller led Department of Education. They wanted us like what was his name? The comedian. Says basically they just wanted us smart enough to turn the dials and pull the levers, but not smart enough to freely think. It's
George
just
Carlin.
George
Work
Carlin.
in-
There you go.
Work in factories.
Right.
Yeah. Just smart enough to keep their society up and running and and
Exactly.
producing.
Yeah.
And that was all they wanted. They didn't want anybody that can independently think for themselves and make rational decisions, based on their own observations. Otherwise, none of us would have fallen for COVID lockdowns or any of this.
You know what I think is ironic? You hear the anarchists and they say, but who would make the roads? That's one of the things you always hear. Isn't that ironic that the 1% or whatever you want to call them, the ruling class, well, but who would make the roads if we get rid I don't know. I just thought that was funny the other day. That was something I was thinking of. Both sides thinking, well, who's going to make the roads?
That would be important to the Romans. The Romans were big on roads.
Right.
So
Yeah.
maybe-
It was always the slaves that did the hard work. Don't be fooled by that crap. Just because the Romans did it didn't mean that they literally got out there and put the stones down. Okay.
No, that was the slaves.
I mean,
In some
They're
areas,
lazy.
I know in some areas in the UK, some of the roads were originally built by soldiers for military campaign.
Whatever.
usage.
You are
Those so-called
so brainwashed, mister. I swear, everything about England's got to be so beautiful, man.
Yeah.
Of course.
Mark's going to be the first in line for his universal digital ID.
No, not going to happen.
Matter of fact, he's already downloaded it. It's free.
He's been
beautiful.
He's been in an uproar, a tizzy about it, an English tizzy. He reminds me of Doctor Who sometimes.
What?
Would that be an argy bargy?
Yes, that's what that is, an argy bargy. Like, well, when I said Doctor Who, you ever notice like on the old ones, he'll always like freak out and get all melodramatic and stuff. That's how.
I don't freak out.
Only when it comes to ID cards, digital ID
Well,
cards.
it's an important issue.
Yeah, it is. You're right. Now, here in the United States, everybody likes this new what do they call that? Some real IDs, and nobody's realizing it's the same exact thing.
That's it.
We don't
It-
like those. We don't like those.
That
at all.
was, that was laying the groundwork for this universal digital ID. They wanted to make sure that everybody's identity was positively locked down. And again, I swing back to during the COVID period when I was running COVID injection sites, the sites. I watched in abject horror as I realized how everything was coming together. The COVID vaccines had RFID chips at the back of the syringe.
Mm-hmm.
When they would go to get their vaccine, the nurse would come out with a specific vials to each nurse. The nurse that was given the injection would collect the ID from the person that was getting the injection, punch in the information, which if it's real ID compliant, it's locked to you, period. They would then scan the syringe to the device that they were using to put all this information in, and then they'd hit you with that vaccine. So now that vaccine is permanently tied to your identity, to your
I've heard
real
about
ID.
that. That is not conspiracy theory. That's absolutely true.
Yeah, I watched. I was there. I managed the site. But it's only then that I realized what the hell was happening. And Nancy actually made. I was enjoying the money, but man, she made me feel bad about being. I felt like a damn Nazi ushering people into the gas chambers. You know, I was like, so I ended up quitting that job because of that. And she was
Good
not
for you,
wrong.
brother.
She was not wrong. But you know, it's just I don't. The problem is that people have a failure of imagination. They don't understand that people can be so fucking evil. Damn, sorry,
Raph.
Mark. I heard.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They can be so evil. You know, it's just one of those things that they cannot. You know, they think, oh no, that's good. That's a plot to some horrific movie or something like that. You know, there's no way that
it is. Soft
It is.
disclosure,
All
man. Like,
right.
you know how you were talking about Robotech?
That's great, but we have to take a break. All right, and we'll
Oh,
be right back
time.
after this.
All right. Sorry about that, guys.
That's fine.
Yeah, I only noticed the time.
Well, it was so egregious. I can see why you'd be
We're on
upset about
radio
that.
break,
Even,
everybody.
All right.
even remembering it would be bad.
We
Raph?
normally take the break at the 25-minute mark, but since Raph came in late and I kind of like scurried in here to kind of get it going, we took our break a little later than we would normally take it. But, yep.
Got it. So Nancy sent me a link. I think she put it in the chat. It's about talking about NASA. NASA's activated some kind of interstellar defense system.
Yep. Jack talked about that earlier, and Jack's going to try to come in on the second hour, and we can talk. If he does come in, you can ask him about that, and about all the repurposed UFOs that were downed, that we're going to send up after it. That's kind of his thoughts on the matter.
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, though, it kind of reiterates that we don't know everything that our government has and what if they've been doing. Not even close.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that if NASA's telling us we have an interstellar defense system, I mean, Jesus, that's huge.
Yeah.
If it's true, if it's true.
If it's true, but I mean, considering they have giant space aircraft carriers and the TR-3B super, space fighter, whatever the hell, whatever it is.
There's another model to that too. It's the 6. Yeah. Now the 6 is a bomber. All right, and our friend John Titer II was one of the folks that he told me that it can be used as a bomber or even a what is it? Oh, hey Nance, welcome in.
She's back. She couldn't handle it.
Yeah. Apparently, I wasn't up to her expectations.
It was all of us. Yeah. We were running amok. We were just being rebels.
Okay, and Svetlana over in Rumble, she's normally in D Live, says Paul Heller was Prime Minister of Defense of Canada, wrote books on so-called aliens and Galactic Federation. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
And said about 80 different alien species.
I actually seen the news broadcast that he came out with days after he did it. Like when in Canada, he openly admitted on the news about the alien programs that were taking place.
Yeah. I think there was what was Nancy? You told me I think we did a show a while back, and that some former Israeli defense person spoke about the same thing.
Right. Yeah.
Several. Several have. And actually,
he was lying.
I'm going to take
He was lying. And can't help it.
Yeah. Also, when we come back, we're only going to have like 8 to 10 minutes, and then this meeting's going to end, and then we got to take and switch over and get us back into another room. We got about a minute to go before this break's ending. Yep. I remember that, Nance.
Well, I can tell you too, the scientist that blasted about Atlas to begin with, Avi Loeb, is Jewish.
Yeah.
He's Israeli. And I'm like, okay, guys, there's this thing called blue beam. Y'all probably need to become really familiar with it because that's what you're seeing.
Yep.
And it is pretty much cookie cutter right by the script that Sergei Manas
30 seconds, Nance.
Yep.
Are you going to come in with this?
Nancy, real quick, can I ask you, did you hear about that movie that's coming out, that big disclosure movie, and they're going to talk about the drones and everything?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I heard
Okay.
there's supposed to be
Here's
something
your
big to
countdown,
check out.
Nance.
All right.
5,
Yep.
4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
Folks, you have a severe issue when you are sick as a dog, and yet you still cannot control yourself from coming on your radio show because you're trying to listen to what's happening, and you're like, that is not the script.
Well, they shouldn't have banged in sick. You shouldn't have banged in sick then.
I know. I didn't want to bang in sick. You know that. I really did not want to bang in sick.
I know.
But literally, it was kind of funny because I literally sat there going, oh God, I'm not, nope, I got to get on. Nope, that's it. Pepto-Bismol, you are my best friend, and I will chug you until I feel nothing in my gut. That's pretty much what I did.
Thank God for Pepto.
Yeah. Welcome back to the VIXEN'S Vault, everybody. And I'm going to kind of round it back around. I could hear as they were going out the break, they were starting to talk about Atlas. The very interesting, is it a comet, is it not a comet object that is getting ready to basically, from what they're saying, all intents and purposes, theoretically, it looks like it's going to slingshot around the sun. And one of the reasons I think it's triggered the scientific community, at least aspects of the scientific community, the way it has, is because it's out of our vision right now. People don't realize that. I think there's so much misinformation right now on the internet about this object where, oh, it crashed, oh, it exploded, oh, it hit the sun. No, dude, it's still a distance from the sun, but it's in our blind spot. So basically, we can't see it. We can see, like Lenin, that's where Dave is right now, Dave Campione. He's out trying to get a picture of the comet Lenin, which is the green comet, which has been visible to the naked eye since, I believe, the 20th of October. You can see it a little bit after sunset and right before sunrise. So Dave is out there being our cameraman, man, trying to get a good shot of it, which I actually envy him right now because I'd love to be doing that. And there's also a second comet that is going to be visible in mid-October that is also not Atlas. Atlas, however, is doing some really funky monkey things. Like today, as Raphael was mentioning, I dropped the article in the chat about NASA activating certain aspects of their agency. Now, again, I haven't found an article. I didn't actually look yet for an article through NASA to confirm that, but that was Daily Mail, and Daily Mail can be give or take. They can be very accurate or they can be really out there. It just depends. But I do believe this because I had seen other references to the fact that this comet is now emitting some strange light. And that's what's got them activating defenses, that and it's slowing down again, from what they can tell. And again, an object hurtling through space, just going to kind of put my thoughts out there, guys. We've been watching comets pretty much since man has been looking to the sky. And we've been tracking comets for over 100 years now, easily, with telescopes and other, lenses up into the sky. And this is the first one we've ever seen that keeps slowing down, speeding up, slowing down, turning, pivoting 90-degree angles, it's avoiding objects. I mean, it's doing some really crazy things. And, you can never say definitively that it's not natural because we're not up there standing on the comet taking samples. Is it metallic or, actually comets usually have metallics in them. But yeah, for all intents and purposes, it's doing some funky monkey stuff. It definitely does look like it is intelligently controlled. I think that's the best way to define where people are at right now. The comet appears to have some type of intelligent control to it. Does that mean it's a spaceship with little green men? No. Does that mean it is even occupied by anybody? No. It could just be it. I mean, it could actually be a controlled like drone. And I said that. Because with stuff like this, I always look at what else is going on, what becomes prevalent in our news cycle. Because politicians, governments, everybody else, they play these games. And when they start pushing drones. You ever notice that, guys? Like the last 2 months, it has been nothing but drones on the news. That's all you see are drones. Drones attacking airports in Germany. Drones doing this. Drones doing that. Oh, wait, look, drone shows in China. Japan's going crazy with the drones. I mean,
even with the film, that's what they tell you. The drones. That's the first thing they tell you. You'll find out what happened with the drones.
Yeah, I mean, it's like they push this narrative. It's a soft sell. And it's a psychological thing, and they push it out of the population. So when something happens, the reaction's not quite as catastrophic as it could be. With all this being considered, you have to look at, again, you've got to go back to Sergei Monast and Bluebeam. And what exactly did he predict? What path of events did he predict were going to happen? Because he did pretty blatantly lay it out for us. I mean, he basically said you're going to have fake archaeological discoveries. Guys, how many? That's the other thing. 2 years. In 2 years, how many really crazy things have you heard? The Tomb of Gilgamesh, underneath the Sphinx. We've had all these crazy claims and nothing to back it up. And yet people are buying it hook, line, sinker, but we have nothing to show us direct evidence because it's classified. Come on, those are our favorite words on the show. It's classified.
That Gilgamesh one was my favorite. I heard that. I literally just said to myself, how the heck could they even know that?
Well, even the pyramid in Ukraine, the pyramids in Bosnia and Ukraine, that was 2 years ago. They were going nuts about that. And there's no evidence. It's classified. The Black Pyramid up in Alaska.
Didn't Hillary have to return that stuff from the museum that they took from Iraq?
Return it?
That was supposedly the Tomb of Gilgamesh. And that,
they did that in broad daylight.
But the Marines did it. They took the stuff out of the museum.
Mm-hmm.
And they brought it.
Supposedly U.S. forces raided the Tomb of Gilgamesh.
Oh, okay.
And that was under HRC. That was under Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State at the time.
And then they had to give it back.
Well, and supposedly that was one of the reasons we pulled out of Iraq, like banshees out of hell. You ever notice too, that was a 10-alarm fire getting out of Iraq when Obama, towards the end of his term, it's like, oh crap, we're just going to drop everything and pull out of Iraq after we'd been there for how long? It was not too long after the supposed raiding of the Tomb of Gilgamesh. So 2 and 2 together, yeah, we probably did stuff we shouldn't have been doing. As usual.
Yeah.
As per usual. But okay, so step one of Bluebeam, for those of my listeners who are not aware of Bluebeam, and again, Bluebeam was a government project, okay, or a government operation that was supposedly discovered by Sergei Monast, and he actually did write a book about it, and he did public speaking about it, and then he died very, very suddenly at the age of 51. Gone. And the other two, he was very young. And Phil Schneider was the other one, because Phil Schneider actually backed up Monast in research.
Wow.
And Schneider, we know in the conspiracy fields, again, for the listeners who are unaware, Phil Schneider is a big name in the conspiracy fields. Why? Because Phil Schneider was the government engineer who went very public and was basically screaming that our government was literally digging entire cities underground. He basically outed the DUMS system, the underground tunnel systems. He also said that we had trains, or basically almost to the point of speed of light trains that could travel from one end of the country to the other within like a half hour to 45 minutes. These were the technologies that our government already had underground. And this was in the 1990s. Just letting you guys know.
which Catherine Austin Fitz is currently confirming through the going through the budget, the government budget. They've basically estimated they have over 170 underground dumps or cities, underground cities throughout, not only throughout the United States, but in the oceans and across the world.
Correct. Everything's interconnected. And actually, they believe the Epstein pipeline was running through those tunnels also, which makes a heck of a lot of sense, and it would also account for why they don't want to release things, because again, everything was intertwined. It was all intertwined. So again, Phil Schneider, another, again, name that we honor and we echo in the fields and the halls of conspiracy, because he too died very suddenly and with very little explanation. So,
Mark, you calling for break?
Oh, do we need to take it out to break, Mark?
Oh, yeah. We're right at it. And
right,
we're going to get cut off otherwise.
We are hanging out to break. We shall return with more of Blue Beam. Sorry I got into it so late. Hang in there, guys. We'll be right back.
All right. We're on radio break.
Yeah, Phil Schneider. I was going to say, Schneider actually backed up Manass's research and basically said that between the underground networks and what Manass was talking about, because Manass was talking about sky networks. In other words, holograms, which would be satellite produced. So he was above. So Manass was above and Schneider was below, as above, so below. And the people's perception would be what made or broke the entire show. How people thought. That's why COVID happened when it did. Why? Because COVID really chipped away at people, like made them so gullible.
Okay,
and
folks. Before we get cut off, I'm going to close the room and reopen it. Same place, same deal. All right?
I'll be there.
All right, we'll be
fine.
right back, folks. All right. Let me get hour 2 of the VIXEN'S Vault up and rolling here in just a minute. Have to call everybody up. Do you have part 2? Here we go. 1.
Okay, I'm here.
All right, we're all back now. So you should be able to take us right up to about the 57 mark. 56 mark.
Rock on.
All right.
Sounds good.
You know what? One thing that everybody leaves out with Manash or Serge is the whole thing about the one world religion.
Oh no, I'm getting there. That's in there.
I'm just saying, other people, when you listen to Bluebeam, nobody ever brings that up.
Yep. The holograms are gonna appear to every region as their specific deity and then merge to one. So in other words, say, this was just the face I put on. I am your God. This is me. I'm everybody's God.
Yeah.
And that's how it was.
I personally believe they've phased out the whole graphics thing. You know what I'm saying? They're literally going to imprint it directly into our brains so that we see the God of our belief.
Yes,
you know?
because that's how advanced it is now.
Yeah.
What do you think all these 5G towers are? I'm telling you, you don't understand. It messes completely with your neurological signals. And it does.
If in fact if they actually work, because there are other things that say they don't. They're not connected. I mean, that's just what Trump said.
Okay, there's Raph.
Well, the problem being, Vicky, is that if they can convince the brain, if they can embed a signal, a reality, into your brain, which they can do. V2K has proven that.
But don't you have to have some sort of chip to have V2K? I mean, you have to be chipped or something prior to V2K working.
Well, there's other natural reasons that V2K.
They've got biological technology now that can literally insert neurons directly into your body that can be programmed and do what they want it to do.
Yep.
Well,
Not just
well, are we eating it, or are we like injected? Yes, with the nanotech. Okay,
no,
get
but
that.
Raph, are you
high iron
okay,
level.
buddy? You keep popping in and out.
Yeah, sorry about that. I've been, I hit the snooze button on the side of the phone and it turns off the whole damn thing.
Oh.
Yeah, but I mean, put it this way: like a high iron level will make you susceptible because of the metallic. Any kinds of metallics in your system make you more of a conductor. Women are actually easier and more susceptible to it because of our water content. So, I mean, again, there are natural things, and they figured this out a long time ago, Vic. They figured it out a long time ago. Because if I'm figuring it out, I figured it out years ago. And I'm not a scientist. Okay? I did not go to college for this crap. I figured it out because I was just kind of following the natural trail. Well, why can I do that? Why am I able to see events in my dreams before they happen? It's got to be something genetic. Let me start looking at this. Let me look at the DNA. Let me look at this. Let me look at that. Well, how does EMF affect us? Why does EMF make people go crazy? What's an OODA loop? I mean, it was just a path of questioning that led to pretty much one answer that made sense. And that's what I said. There's one answer that makes sense, and that's that our government is inherently very evil.
Yeah.
And yeah, they don't have very good plans for us because we're useless bottom feeders when we're using more resources than we're giving. So, yep, they got to figure out a nice way to make us all want to suicide ourselves. Because
that's
they can't
where CERN. That's where CERN comes into play. They're literally going to take your consciousness and transfer it into a new universe that's going to be smaller. Okay, and
That's going to be a neat trick.
That's what
I
they've
just-
already been researching on. They're not there yet, and it's going to be a long time, but they have to start somewhere.
Well,
Well, did
yeah,
you
it's
see
going to be a
what-
while.
Did you see the
If at
test
all.
I posted that CERN's doing this week?
Mhm.
They are doing their most powerful test ever this week.
Oh, no
it's
kidding.
I did it the week
So we're gonna blow ourselves up before 3i Atlas comes in. Lovely.
They could be the reason why you're seeing 3i Atlas. They could be projecting this stuff directly into your brain so that you think that this is actually taking place.
And that's where you go into the holographic universe, the holographic reality. And, are we living in a matrix? I mean, because again, they are capable. And I'm not saying you're Keanu Reeves and, wahoo. No, that is not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they are capable of projecting not just thought, but an entire history into your brain. They are capable of planting memories. They're capable of erasing memories. Erasing them is actually easier. They've been doing that a long time. Planting them, that was a little bit more difficult, but they've been able to do that since at least the early 1960s. And this is not me being a panic. Yeah, I'm not being a panic button, folks. This is true. This is science.
But it
Starbucks
doesn't affect everybody, right?
No.
I mean,
Certain
because
people
not all
are
of
more
us
susceptible.
were taken in by COVID, or I mean, we looked at that kind of stuff with my husband and I, and we're like, oh, no way. There's no way. No.
Well, it's like I said, there's still herd vaccine. There's still herd inoculation. So it doesn't matter if you've taken the vaccine or not, because you're around people who have. It's going to affect you.
Because they lied.
Yeah, but
but
not always.
That it was.
I mean, I'm not affected by that.
Yeah.
I
I still remember that when they were saying that it didn't shed. Oh, it doesn't shed. I'm like, no, wait, hold on, wait. Okay, I'm not a retard.
So you think that if you're around people that you shed on you, that you're just as you are just as inoculated as that person who was actually inoculated? Is that what you think?
No. That's not what I think at all. I do believe, but I think that's what created the multiple mutations. I think like Delta variant came because the vaccinated they shed on the healthy.
Right, the spike proteins shed. I don't think that you're vaccinated or whatever, but apparently the spike proteins do shed.
30 seconds.
Yes, that's true. And
that
you
was
think
my
that's a
thing,
spike
because-
protein, but
I
that
kept
you're not
seeing-
making them inside your body like the
No, no, no,
inoculated
no.
are.
But you are producing antibodies to them. And the thing
So
was is that the spike proteins we were told it was not live virus, but spike protein is the virus's skin. A skin.
All right. All right. Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back, folks. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date is Wednesday, October the 22nd, 2025. It is 10:04 p.m. And yeah, I really did swallow an entire bottle pretty much of Pepto-Bismol. My husband can verify that when he looks in the refrigerators and sees that it's gone. But I am feeling a little bit better, if that helps.
Yes. Pepto's good stuff.
When we went to break, and I do have to real quick explain, I did have a surgical procedure done on my neck on Friday, and it was a little bit, doctors always lie their asses off to you and say, oh, it's no big deal. And yeah, the next day you're like, I can't feel anything. Oh my God, that hurts. Wait. But it did, because of the anesthesia. I don't react well to anesthesia at all. And
Check
the
your
local
thyroid.
anesthesia. Oh no, man. My stomach was not good. And I already had a stomach flu before, like 2 days before I had the procedure. I had caught a stomach flu from Raphael. And I remember looking at it going,
Raphael, that's mean.
well, and he's like, where did I get it? I'm like, the VA emergency room, the petri dish from hell.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I'll give her that.
But it was just the timing of it. And I knew, because of the type of procedure I was having, this was a laser procedure. I knew that you really can't be sick, because your body needs to be able to get in and fight, because they have to burn through my muscles. It's got to get in and be able to fight those pinpoint hits where it's burned through my muscle. Yeah. I should probably have told them I was not feeling well. But at least I'm recovering now. Yeah. So back on with it, guys. Blue Beam, Atlas. How do they connect? Who is this Surgeman asked? Who is this guy? Who was this guy? What did he say? And I think we went over the first one. Fake archaeological discoveries. That would be that's part one of Blue Beam. So in other words, they're going to rewrite history for us. And it's very unsettling when I think about that. And then I think about shows like Ancient Aliens, and I think about networks like Gaia. And I think about all the information that we garnish from these shows, and how it makes so much sense, and how I don't understand how these certain things could be hidden for as long as they were hidden, or why nobody else was trying to make connections before. And then I think, well, maybe that is part of Blue Beam. I'm a pretty logical person, and I can definitely say that there is a possibility that the Ancient Alien methodology, the whole alternative history, the alternative timelines, that could actually be a large conditioning that is part of Blue Beam. Because we're more open, we're more susceptible, we're going to be more open-minded, and we're going to accept more things because we know we've been lied to. So you're going to automatically assume what they're telling you is a lie when it comes from a public figure, and that the alternative might be the truth. So it's kind of a reverse psychology, but it makes a lot of sense. So number 2, a celestial spectacle. What do we got going on right now, guys? We got multiple comets, which I can't remember in my lifetime. You guys are all about the same age I am. Have you ever remembered 3 comets, 2 of which were visible? Ever at the same time?
Just remember Halley Bops. Halley Bops.
Hale Bopp. And that was because there was a suicide cult. That's why we all remember Hale Bopp and Halley's comet.
Star Trek 5. Star Trek 5.
Dude, yeah, I know exactly, right?
That's what I Halley's comet, and that you won't see it for another 72 years, so that means you're not going to ever see it again, so get a good look.
It seems like they're saying that every 2 years, and it's the same thing that we're not supposed to see for another 72 years. It's like something's not right. Somebody needs to hit the reset on the hologram, because I have really good recall, and I'm like, yeah, definitely the 3 comets. I've never seen 3 comets like this ever.
So Nancy, I gotta ask you a question. Do you think that we have freaking awakened to the point where we're actually seeing stuff we never could see before?
That's a possibility too. I mean, put it this way. I think our magnetosphere has thinned out. I think they have lied to us about a lot of things. I think they've lied to us about the sun. I believe they've told us that it makes you sick. Have you noticed that? Like, they've made the sun evil. If you go out in the sun, you're going to get a sunburn. You're going to get skin cancer. You're going to die.
Sun poisoning.
Yep. Too much sun. Vitamin D is one of the most important things you can possibly have in your body.
Milk.
And we get almost all of our vitamin D from sunlight.
Yep.
Not only that, they keep saying the radiation exposure, but they're finding out now, if you do the research on like the contents of sunscreen and suntan lotions, the crap that they were selling you to put on you to protect you from that sun, so you didn't get cancer. Did you notice that since they came up with that stuff, skin cancer went through the roof? It was because, it's giving you skin cancer.
Well, did you ever know that the stuff that we had to begin with, the things we had to begin with, and I'm older than you, so it didn't work very well. We got horrendous sunburns when we went to the beach with that, copper tone early on. It didn't work that well.
I used baby oil. I mean, I'm in Florida, and I used to use baby oil as a teenager. I never, ever used block. Ever.
Well, that's like you're cooking yourself, were you?
Oh, pretty much. I was basting. But I mean, I think about it now, I'm like, God, I still remember like smuggling a can of my dad's beer, not to drink it, but to pour it in my hair with lemon juice, so my hair would get lighter in the sun, and I'd get really dark tan because I used baby oil. And believe it or not, guys, even though I'm very fair skin normally, when I tan, I get very dark. I don't get red. I get dark.
She's Italian.
Yeah,
she's Italian.
But I can still remember doing that, and all my friends, we all smelled like a bunch of drunks, but none of us drank. We were using the beer in our hair. But literally, they told you the sun is bad, and they still to this day. Oh, be careful of that sun, 3 o'clock high. Don't go out in the sunlight, 3 o'clock high. And what you need to be careful of is actually your hydration levels, not the sun as much as your hydration. Just make sure you're hydrated, you're good. Keeps your salt levels up. In other words, your electrolytes. And I always say that bottled water, when you live in a place like Florida, which is kind of similar to the Mojave Desert, bottled water is not going to do it in our heat. Not when you've got 98-degree heat, 95% humidity. A bottled water is not going to help you much.
Can I jump in?
You need to. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was going to, expand on what you were talking about with the sunlight and the vitamin D. The problem is that, we have a system that encourages us to become unhealthy. They want to sell us drugs that don't cure anything. They just treat symptoms. And, anything that's good for us, they make illegal. Ivermectin was the big thing during the lockdowns. Before that, I found out that the GHB was mischaracterized as a date rape drug, when actually that was Rohypnol. But they try to conflagrate the two so that they can get this GHB made illegal. But it's the best thing you have for treating insomnia.
I can tell you though, GHB, because I actually had a friend who used to use it before it was made illegal. It had a very similar to effect in certain doses to like ammonia, where if he took a certain amount of it, he'd become this like almost like a roid rage, and then just pass out cold for like 4 hours, like blackout.
Well, I mean, if you do anything, too much of anything, it's bad. You know, even ivermectin, as mild as it is. But one of the things that going back to the vitamin D thing and the sunlight, I can tell you, your body absolutely needs it. You know, especially my Puerto Rican body, with we're evolved in the sunlight. You know, we have darker skin. And when I got up to Alaska, I was stationed up there for 5 years. I didn't know about the correlation between sunlight exposure and vitamin D production. And so I dealt with horrible, horrible depression. And the thing is, though, in Alaska, it's everywhere. And it's got the highest per capita suicide rate in all of North America.
Yeah, that has to do
And the
with
reason,
light, though.
yeah, it's the lack of sunlight in the wintertime.
Yeah.
You know, and had I known that, I would have gotten. Well, go ahead.
Seasonal
I
affective
just
disorder.
add on to what you're saying and what everybody's saying about the sun being the enemy. In 2018, I mean, that's when you could start Googling SAI. SAI is the acronym for stratospheric aerosol injections. And the reason, at least Google says, when you look up SAI, stratospheric aerosol injections, that's what Boston University said in 2018, that it's used not just primarily, but period, to block out some of the sun's rays as a temporary fix for our CO2 problem. And there they go, literally blocking the sun's rays out partially, and, telling you about it for the last 8 years.
Yeah, and not only that, they're not telling you that, our plant life, our vegetation requires that, our animals require that sun to be healthy. Photosynthesis cannot happen without freaking sunlight. So it's like, let's just make false food. We'll just make fake food and that'll make up for it. No, Bill Gates, screw you. Your stock bottomed out. We got your number.
You know what I've noticed? I've noticed that I haven't seen one chemtrail since the government shut down.
No,
you're so right about that. I was just making a video about that earlier. And not only that, the sky looks like that dark blue. I used to describe it as when I was a kid, I needed the dark blue crayon to draw the sky, and I needed a yellow crayon to draw the sun. Now the sun still looks white, but
we still get
my
that.
goodness, you need the dark crayon. I made a video the other day of it, unbelievable. And there's other people. I'm in the, tri-state region, New York, Philadelphia, Trenton, New Jersey. But I've heard everybody else from their regions pretty much echoing the same thing.
Well, here's the other thing, too. I was actually going to make this comment right in between, which is that lately, go outside and look up. Look up at night. A lot of places like where we're at, limited light, you can see the Milky Way, which I have never in my life been able to see, but you can see it. I have friends who are photographing it. It's much more visible, distinctly visible. Go look up at the sky. If you have clear sky, you'll see almost every star as far as your eye can see. Usually you see.
I'm in the city, so you can't see any of the cities, but I know it looks amazing when you're, outside the city. I've seen it.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, like I said, the last couple of weeks, I can't even tell you how many of my friends are posting photos of literally the Milky Way. And I'm like, that's crazy. It's got to be, because I know in Florida, they put the ban into effect like 2 weeks ago. No, they literally went to every airport in Florida. And I mean, LEO went to every airport in Florida, basically shutting down anything that would put any kind of injection into the sky at all. I mean, they made it a law, and he is following through. So our skies have been really, 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 really clear, crystal clear. And yeah, you're right. Since the shutdown, I didn't attribute to the shutdown. I attributed it to DeSantis and the law. But no, I haven't seen one chemtrail, not one.
But it's, the other thing too is when they were spraying, there were days it felt like you were standing outside in a microwave. Not because there was sunlight, but it was just like radiating infrared heat, and your skin would burn, your eyes would dry out. It was a different kind of heat. But now I haven't had one of those days since the shutdown.
We're still getting that in the Midwest, though. Barry on Censorship Show is still reporting Oklahoma and around there, and some parts down here too around me will still have some of that.
Well, the other thing too, though, is the radiating heat. You've got to understand. We've got so many. I've talked about this on the air. Roger and I talked about it in his 2-part series. You know, the amount of frequencies that are bouncing around, and a lot of them are not. They're man-made frequencies, and they're not good. They're not. They're microwave frequencies. They're really heavy-duty bad for your body. Really heavy-duty bad for your brain, and literally they are cooking you from the inside out because they're microwave frequencies, and that's how microwave works. So again, and actually they're saying they've got the technology where literally the microwave frequencies aren't even causing like an auditory ripple, which most frequencies do. They don't. They're pretty much indiscernible. Like it's almost impossible to discern. So that's some scary stuff. But again, that's part of the setup. I've said that's V2K technology because that's the type of frequencies they use to distribute V2K technology, which would be the voices in the head. That is part 3 of Serge Manasse Bluebeam, which would be the voice to skull technology, the voice of God addressing people as individuals in their head, individually at a very personal level. Yeah. So, guys, Vicky, I love you. But please listen to me on this one. If God talks to you in the next several weeks, it's not God.
Yeah, I do know his voice.
So I mean, this is like scary stuff because again, people, when you are religiously based, when you're faith based to that extent, nothing is a truer bell tone to your.
And that's why I wanted this to go out about this, because otherwise I'm just using evangelicals because they're the gospel based. But yeah, they're all going to be in a world of hurt when that comes out. I mean, they're going to be like, what do we hang this on? What the heck is this? You know, they're not going to understand, you know, that's
being insidious. And COVID lockdowns actually kicked faith up like 50 notches. Why? Because what did they target very specifically? It was faith. They locked the churches down. They riled up the Christians. They riled up the Jews. They riled up everybody because they locked down their places of worship. And so now these people who stuck it out are, I'm devoted to my faith. I am devoted. God's going to talk to me. So you can see where, that's why I said I can absolutely see Atlas, all of it playing into the Bluebeam escalation. And
there was a problem with that in the COVID thing. Some people were taking, don't take the shot. That's like the mark of the beast or something. And then the people that didn't, like I've heard, if they didn't take it, you know, then the guy up and, you know, her family member died because he didn't take it. And then she was like, well, I'm taking every one of them. I mean, it's just talk about confusing everybody. I mean,
but again, this is the problem when faith should never have been brought into this. The churches should be burned for doing what they did. Honest to God. And the Catholics were right leading the path with the Pope out there telling everybody to get vaccinated. Are you out of your freaking mind?
I don't.
Because now what you've done is you've created these huge deviations for people. And it made it very hard for people to actually go with their gut. And you know what, guys? Here's the thing. I may not come from the same faith y'all do, and I may not look at things the way y'all do, but one thing I will tell you is that the Creator did give you instincts for a reason. And when
we had
you, that's him talking to you.
Well, that's why my husband and I didn't take it. And I begged my friends at church and you know, my friends around here, and I don't live in a stupid area. And they were all like, no, or some people said, well, if God provided this and we'll take it. And I'm like, no, no, no.
Yeah.
Please don't do it. And
God bless
yeah,
Texas.
they didn't. Yeah, they didn't listen to me. I mean, they let me live. They didn't shun me.
How nice.
Would be shunned, but
That-
yeah,
That's
no.
love. That's love.
But it's true though.
How we doing on time, Mark?
We
How
need to
we
go
doing
to break here in 30 seconds.
I got 30
All right.
seconds. Yeah.
Well, here's my last thought on that. What if the 3i Atlas is a refugee ark? They're bringing a bunch of refugees from some other planet, and they're using digital identity embedded in the body as a way, justification for being able to track humans from aliens.
Oh Lord. Okay,
don't-
guys, we're taking
they
it
don't
out
wanna
the break.
hear that.
Interesting idea.
Just a few minutes.
Interesting idea.
Hey,
All
it's
right,
just
we're on radio
alien
break.
dialectic.
No, I like
solution.
I actually like Jack's explanation a little bit better. Jack says they're just a bunch of drunken space sailors out there, and they got lost on course, and they're coming to port because. What are they going to do when they get to port? You know, the same thing as any of our other Navy folks do when they get to port. Anyways.
Jackson
Is it a
Navy,
hologram? Is it a hologram?
You know what, Vicky? Here's my thing. If it is real and not an implant or hologram, if it's real, I think it's ours. I'm going to be very honest. I think it's ours.
I can barely hear you, Nancy. You're fading out now. I don't know why. Did you turn your head or something?
No, I did not.
Oh, now you sound okay.
Sorry about that. It may have just been a
It
signal
sounded
blip.
muffled there for a minute.
DARPA.
Yeah, but I mean, I really think it's ours. I believe it's our technology, and I keep saying that, but I'm like, listen, I've seen solar warships. I've seen what they are. I've seen what they look like. I know there's always been speak in the community underground that we had launched ships back in the 50s. Literal.
Probably the 30s.
It could be. Well, I know we had. I don't know, because I think we did reverse a lot of the technology from the 1936 Black Forest crash, which is why the Black Forest became such a huge pivotal thing with the Rothschild family. And they own that area. That whole area where that crash happened, that was owned by the Rothschild family. And it's funny because it's also the same area where they're rumored to do the children hunts, where they release naked children into the woods.
Ooh, no, that's nasty.
But that's the same exact area. So, like I said, I think a lot of it, because we saw the jump in technology after that crash. I think they reverse engineered. I think the Germans got a hold of it. I think they integrated with us. I think the United States government currently, with the exception to Donald Trump, is the Fourth Reich, and has been the Fourth Reich since post-World War II. I am not going to go so far as to say the Holocaust did not happen. I believe it did happen, but I do believe that it was part and parcel to a plan. And I do believe that right now there's some very evil people controlling the world. Very evil. And yeah, Hitler obviously didn't die. He obviously went to South America, and we were well aware of it. And it's in our FBI and CIA files. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
And, again, all this technology, we integrated the Germans here. We brought in their biggest brains to the United States. We funded them. We gave them everything they needed. They built our space program, guys. Why? Why would we allow the Germans to build
You
our
ever
space
listen
program?
to have you ever listened to the interview with David Adair when what's his name, David Wilcock interviewed David Adair? Yeah, because David had built a rocket ship better than the Nazis did that were brought over, and they were upset about that.
Didn't he actually do it out of his own shop?
Yep,
and then
he
the
did
government-
it.
Yeah.
And then they took him in and showed him another engine. He's like, "Oh, I know exactly what that is."
Yep. very, very interesting story.
Yep.
Now, I
think
agree.
We got
I
30
agree with
seconds.
Raph believes in that stuff, and I brought it up to you guys about the Telosians too. That could be another option. They're coming back because they were actually they took over the underground tunnels from what people call the Lemurians.
Yep.
Here's your
And,
countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live and back on the radio side right now.
And we're back. Wednesday, October 22nd, 2025, 10:29 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. You know, our breaks are always, it's like an explosion of color. That's the best way I can describe it. We're talking about theologians, Lemurians, spaceships. I mean, you name it, it has been discussed on the break, all within like a 4-minute time period. Everybody seems to get like 50 sentences out, and we're all going, at the end of the break. But, and then you've got Roger. Roger's always the kicker at the end of the break. He'll do this like one-line sentence. I think Raphael's right, because you got those, Telosians.
Telosians. How do you spell that?
And the Lemurians in the tunnel.
Elosians.
Okay.
Crazy close.
It sounds like the book in the Bible, right?
They actually were the aliens mentioned on Mount Shasta, just so you guys know.
Well, if Von Braun said that there are no aliens, it was part of a New World Order thingy, at the end of his life, doesn't that mean, guess what, guys, there's no aliens?
No, there are aliens. I honest to God, I think we're going to have a coming to reality at the end of all this, because I'm pretty sure most of us are, pretty much most of the human race is a splice of an alien race. Guarantee that. I mean, there's way too much we can't explain about our own genetics.
Are you a reptilian, Nancy? What did Raphael call you?
Raphael will be like, I told you. I can see it now. He's a slay stack. But
well, see, Phil Snyder fits into the whole Telosian thing too, because they were the ones who were supposed to be the Lemurians, and they set down caverns all around the world where they could travel.
Yes, and they, the funny thing is, Roger, is that we know that our government has built, vis-a-vis Phil. We know that we have a massive network underneath this country, through Mexico, through South America, into Antarctica, across the ocean. But we also know that there are tunnels on the other side of the world that have been there for thousands of years that connect Scotland to like Ukraine. I mean, crazy tunnels. And in fact, Barry Fitzgerald, an Irish investigator I worked with many years ago. In fact, he was on the show Ghost Hunters International. But Barry, when he left basically the Hollywood scene, he started focusing on doing cave investigations in Scotland and Ireland. And he would do paranormal investigations in these caves, but he would do EVP response specifically. And some of the stuff he got, it'll really curl your toes back a little bit and make you think, what the heck is going on? But yeah, he said like the Irish who live in those areas and the Scots who live in those areas are very well aware of these tunnel systems and how deep they go. They go under the ocean. They're everywhere, and they're ancient.
When did they have time to make these?
This is what I'm saying, though. Again, it's hard to gauge things because it could all be just a blue beam thing where they're trying to give us this alternative history. It's so hard. I'm so mad we've been lied to so much because it makes discernment that much more difficult. But my gut tells me that, yeah, we are by far not the first society that's reached great stages of advancement. We're probably the stupidest one, but not the first. And I can't say that it's been humans that have reached advancement before. I'm not going to even try to make that statement because how stupid would that be? I've always thought humans are ridiculously arrogant. And that's another thing that I think has been purposefully done. They purposefully make us this way because then we will not consider alternatives. I mean, if you listen to current scientists now, they'll tell you that there's no way that the ancients could have done this or that because they just didn't have the intelligence. Dude, They knew medicine better than we could ever begin to understand it. They knew space.
Didn't they get it from the fallen angels?
Elamu. Elamu is the actual name. Everybody calls it Mu or Lemuria, and it was Elamu, which is actually a part of archaeology. They've got cuneiform digital library shots. If you guys ever want to check it out, just check out Elam, E-L-A-M, and then Mu at the end. One word, M-U.
Is that what I heard? Is that what I heard you say earlier? The Lumerians?
The Lemurians.
Lemurians,
right.
Yep. And then you've got, then you got to throw other monkey wrenches in there. Like you've got our modern history. And when I say modern history, I'm reflecting back to like medieval times forward. Okay, so modern history, what we know has been recorded to paper. How do we know that's right? Because I can tell you for a fact that, back in before current time, like in the 7th to 8th century, there's a pope who decided that he didn't like the way history played out during, I believe it was 25 to 30 years of his tenure. So he basically had his scribes delete it, burn it. So like 30 years was gone. Like gone. And literally there's always been a question as to whether the calendars are correct, because did he remove those years completely and set it back? We have no way of knowing, because they could do what they wanted. The scribes ruled history, and that is that's what's happened moving forward. So how do we know? Like Tartaria is always my best. I always love throwing that in there. Tartaria.
Just like they rewrote history around World War II.
Yep. And Tartaria, it's a very, very interesting concept. And people say, well, that's modern. That's ancient. No. There's quite a few different things that the research shows that we've been taught history incorrectly, that we're being lied to, and that there was actually an empire that existed in like the 16th and 17th centuries. I mean,
have you heard about the CIA document that they released about that, about how they specifically didn't want, I guess, the folks in the Russian area to know about their Tartarian empire that they had maybe just 200-300 years ago? That was the first time I heard about it, when they dropped every 25 years they do the JFK drops, and it was the 2017 drop they did, and was when I first started hearing everybody on YouTube and such speaking about Tartaria and whatnot. So I got to think to myself, if the CIA has a document saying, shh, don't, mum's the word about Tartaria, I got to believe that it was something to it.
That's what I'm saying. It's you can't trust anything. You can't even trust what you're taught with mathematics. It could all be a lie to keep us chasing our tails. You don't know. And that's a really seriously sad way to be, because we really cannot trust anything in our reality. We cannot, because it can all be constructed.
This goes back even farther, though. You like if you go to the whole actual what they say about Tartar, you got to look at Genghis Khan. Okay, why was it that Genghis Khan refused to invade India? He turned back away from it when he hit the borders of India, and then after that, the Golden Horde. Okay, the Golden Horde was the most powerfulest freaking military in the world, and conquered all of that territory, and they just vanished. They faded out. They were never conquered.
Yep, they were just gone. There one day.
Exactly.
I mean, but again, this is what I'm saying, though. What and why? I guess that would be my greater question. Why? Why would you lie to us about our history? Why would you teach us incorrectly? Why would you? Is it a subjugation thing? I mean, I'm trying to
control. It's control. If you control the information, you control the people.
No, what did Chet say? What did Chet say? He said that they're slaves and slave masters, and they won't allow any other way. Mm-hmm. And if you look at the people that run us, they're all about domination, and they have this fetish with rape. And yeah, just think about that, and then ask that question to yourself again.
Yeah. Well, again, but it's funny because, like I said, again, this is why, and I'm sorry, folks, for saying this, but I'm going to say it. This is why Q resonated with me. It's why it did, because I knew a lot of this stuff before Q started dropping certain things. And I'm like, oh, great, wait, I can put that over here and that over here because what I know about this and this and this. And wow. Okay, so this person, this entity, actually, I'm going to call Q an algorithm because I'm pretty sure that's what it is. This algorithm is basically verifying information that not a lot of people have and not a lot of people even know about. And it's doing it in a way where it's saying, don't worry, man, we know, we got this. Just, you got to let it play out the way it's going to play out because it's the only way it can play out. And it's weird because now, and I know Vicky's riding this with me right now. She's in my head with this because we're watching everything pretty much manifest exactly the way we were told it would. And it's funny because you can see Anons fighting amongst each other, which we were told was going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because certain people can't let go of certain things. And they're like, well, that's not what Q said. Q said this, and you followed Q this whole time. And now you're deviating because you don't like this, because you think Israel's great and everything's peachy keen in the Middle East. Okay, whatever. But we're seeing divisions, and we knew that was coming. But we also know that this is the end of the line. This is the very end.
Right.
Because it's the very end. Whatever is coming, that's it. So,
and it had to play out this way. But the Q being the algorithm, I heard that from the very beginning. Oh, it's just software. I don't believe any of
You
it.
don't
And
gotta
I was
need
like,
Q to see
okay,
them
no, that's
dividing
wrong.
us.
I didn't say software. I said
They're
algorithm.
definitely dividing us.
Now,
I think-
you were talking about history. Let me point something else out too from the get-go. Okay, like let's look at Samaria. Okay, Samaria was supposedly invaded by what's his name? He was the first person to create the first freaking empire.
Alexander the Great.
No, this is way before him. Osiris.
Okay.
Now, Osiris is supposed to be Akkadian, and this Akkadian king, emperor, took over. Okay. The only problem to that story is they still don't know where Akkad is located, and we still believe that the Akkadians were real. Yet they can't find Akkad. First civilization conquered and turned into an empire, and nobody knows where it belongs.
Well, but you do believe Enoch, and when he talks about the watchers and the fallen angels, and those are the people in charge of those countries, that they were the ones that gave him all that intelligence.
I was going to say, Enoch walks hand in hand with a lot of the Sanskrit out of Samaria, though.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing. A lot of people don't understand. If you are reading the translations of the Sanskrit, some of what's in Enoch fits what's in the Sanskrit. So it's like, okay, so we've got
They don't
these
contradict
connections.
each other.
Correct.
They don't.
They do.
They're all the same.
And that's what I said. I take nothing away from the Bible at all, but I am saying that the Bible is a rewrite of a much older story.
My question is where's Akkad? Where's Akkad?
It's in the cow. The cow is chewing a cod.
Come on, come on. The most sexy queen ever in history, right? The most powerful Cleopatra, man, conquered empires with her beauty, supposedly. We still can't figure out where the hell she is.
Yeah.
The most famous Egyptian queen in history. And we found Nefertiti. We can't find Cleopatra. Are you kidding me? It was recorded where she died.
Shakespeare has her. Shakespeare has her, and he's fake too.
Yeah,
that
may be true.
Again, though, this is what I'm saying. To sit here and have to question everything you thought was real and you based opinions off of it, and in some ways you built your ethics around, you built your decision making around, to know that it could just be some prefab of a bunch of pencil pushers who were bored and decided to mess with humanity, because that's kind of what I consider intelligence agencies. They're a bunch of little bored shitheads that were probably picked on when they were younger, who literally are writing the path forward for everybody else because it's what they think is best. And the rest of us are, getting the slosh. But again, Bluebeam. Again, this opens us all up for it. I keep saying that, guys. I mean, we're pretty solid people. All of us are. And we all see the problems and the holes and everything. But the fact is that how many of us can say for an honest God fact that everybody we know would not fall for a Bluebeam? Because I can tell you most people I know are going to fall hook, line, and sinker.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be terrified for their immortal soul.
If they fell for COVID, they're going to fall for that too.
That's it. Although they did lie about the numbers with COVID and the amount of people in the
I'll
country
tell you what.
who are on board.
If they fell for COVID, they'll dive for Operation Bluebeam, whether it's what Roger thinks, them tapping directly into your brain, or whether they're putting it up in the sky as a hologram, whatever the means of manipulation. Oh my goodness, it'll be 10x compared to COVID.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a society
if.
that literally will allow you to give them a form of mustard gas to kill a cancer. Okay?
Yeah,
that's the
right.
society we live in.
I know. It's sickening.
I mean, think about that. Chemotherapy is literally mustard gas.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and people go hand over fist to go get mustard gas to kill cancer.
Oh.
And they couldn't think of anything better.
Don't get me started on DMT, dude. DMT, you would be amazed with the stuff they put in that stuff so they could have hallucinations.
Yep. Yeah.
Heck,
But you naturally
sane.
produce it. That's the fun part. You actually naturally produce DMT in your brain. And actually, I think that is part of the dimensional traveler situation with the human body. I do believe that we are literally able to portal. It's just we block ourselves, all the pollutants, everything else. I think we've made a hot mess of our bodies and our brains. But what they were originally set up for, I think we are amazing creatures that are part of the universe, and a very, very big part of it, as minor as we are. It's sad that we've allowed what has happened to us happen. Because again, here we sit arguing about Bluebeam. Is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Are they going to suddenly say, oh crap, look, Atlas changed its course. Eek! I don't think it's going to go down like that, but I think, we're going to probably see, if I'm of any, just logically, if I was going to play this out strategically, I would basically have a bunch of drones and holograms ready to go and try to say that it's a meteor shower as a result of the comets. Comets hit asteroid, it did this, it did that, and then do the whole, oh wait, we were wrong. Look, they're intelligently moving. That's how I would play it.
Well, I believe that they are Telosians and they are interstellar beings of the Agardhi network, and what they're a part of is called the Silver Fleet. Okay, and this is
say Telosian again,
dude. I just watched Guardians of the Galaxy, so I know what the Sovereign is, and the Sovereign is not silver; they're gold. Just saying.
The Silver Fleet is what they go by in the ufology community.
I know that, bro.
And then Telos, the name Telos in Greek, okay? If you look that up, you'll find out that it means utmost or purpose. Okay? Now, a lot of people don't understand that, and then when they hear the word Elamu, that relates a lot to the Jewish people as well, and it gets into some pretty in-depth stuff there, so you might find some stuff.
I was gonna say, you never put Elon Mu and Elon Musk together in the same sentence.
Elam, E-L-A-M, not Elon.
Think about Elon Mu, Elon Musk. Okay.
Some people are calling Elon Musk.
Now, the weird part about Telos, though, it's both related to the Mayans and the Greeks. So you got that connection going on there when you hear the word telos.
Nice. Is
And
that TELOS?
TELOS, yes. And then it's also mentioned in the Vedic text as well, which
Vedic,
is
now I like the Vedic texts. The Vedic texts are pretty cool, actually. I can get into that. I can definitely. In fact, Raphael and I both the best astrologer we've ever talked to. I've got to try to get him on here. I really got. We had him on when I was doing the vault on Odyssey. We had him on, but that's Jeff Harmon, and he is one of the best Vedic astrologers I've ever talked to in my life. Man is devastating accurate, ridiculously accurate. But I'd love to get him on here because I think he'd have a lot of fun, number one, with you guys. But like I said, he knows his astrology. He knows the Vedic astrology really, really well. I don't get it. I don't understand how Vedic astrology works, but it's cool. I'll tell you that. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it though, because we're at almost 10 till. I got 5 minutes to kind of get you guys to give everybody your digits and then wrap the show. So we're going to start tonight with Vicky. Let's start with you, Vic.
Okay. My Telegram channel is For Such a Time as This, and I'm on X as Booklander62.
And you know what? My very, very, very tired and very quiet Mark Edworthy. I see you over there. I thank you for coming in, by the way. Folks, we wanted to make notice or make mention that Mark really, he's got a really bad work schedule this week. And for him to even think about being on with us, I'm honored. Thank you very much for doing that, Mark.
Cool. Yeah. Wasn't sure if I was going to join tonight. But yeah, you can find me at minds.com under the username Medworthy.
All right, Jason Quigley, come on down.
All right. You can find me at Truth VJ MC Dirty Work at YouTube and BitChute. You can also find me at MC_Dirty Work at Eli Friday, Saturday, and Sunday mornings starting at 9/11 now. 9/11 a.m. New York City time till 2 p.m.
I saw what you did there. I saw what you did. Very nice. Very nice. Jason. Roger Hanson. Let's find out where you're at, buddy.
I'm sitting in my room. I'm
sitting
in. Well, the Toulousians are on their way, so you guys prepare because when they come, they're going to bring a lot of snacks, and we are going to have the greatest freaking time on the face of the planet. We're going to be partying like it's 1999.
Wow, epic.
So,
where can we find you, Roger? Come on.
You can find me on the Wonderful World of Weirdness on DLive, all the other networks too, Rumble, stuff like that. Now, I'm also on. I have channels like Live with Roger Hanson as well as some other ones that I've been working on, but those are the two main ones.
Nice. Rafael Martinez, tell everybody where they can find you.
You can find Nancy and I, go to the VIXEN'sVault.com, and you can find our socials on the About Us page. I meant to add everybody else to it, but my dumbass fell off a ladder about a month ago, and I've been down with a broken knee for the last month, so I totally forgot about it, but I will get that done.
All right, guys. And as always, if you don't feel like looking up the VixensVault.com, what? You can find me on Facebook, actually, under my name, which is Nancy Planetta, or just type in Wiccan Vixen. It should pull me up. I am the one and only. On X, I am Writer on the Storm. On Telegram, I am Wiccan Vixen. You guys want to reach me by email? It's wiccanvixen@gmail.com. God, this is getting super repetitive. But with that being said, guys, again, I know Bluebeam it's a big subject matter, and I wanted to hit more of it. Like I said, I wanted to get more into the Serge Manasse and the whole situation that came about that allowed him to actually become a whistleblower. But that's for a different episode, I guess, because it's a very big subject, but it's definitely something I'm going to be hitting on the next couple of weeks because, again, this comet is approaching the sun. I believe they're saying it should be at its closest approach in like early November.
I thought it was the 30th of October. Sorry.
No,
They
that's what I'm
changed
saying. No, it's not that. It's just there's multiple comets. So I think people are getting their information mixed up with the different comets because there's like 3 of them.
Okay.
So that's what I said. I've never in my life seen a time where we've been tracking 3 different comets at the same time that are in a pretty, close range. And on top of that, we had 3 objects similar to, including Atlas. 3 objects that we can't say for sure are natural. We had Amlahu before Atlas, and the one with the Russian name, I forget its name, but it preceded Atlas also. So again, I can't remember any time in my lifetime where we've had events like this so close chronologically. In fact, I can't ever remember them saying that there was a comet or an asteroid that they did not think was natural. This is like the first time I've ever, in all the time I've been watching space, and never ever heard any administration say anything close to that, yet you're hearing it now. And again, most UFOologists are like celebrating because they're seeing it as disclosure. And I'm just getting this bigger and bigger feeling of dread because I know how our government works. And again, I know they never, ever, ever tell you anything unless it's to their advantage. Ever. It's always a manipulation with the government. Always.
We're going to get cut off, Nancy.
All right, guys. With that, we're out of here. Join us next week for another episode of the Vixen's Vault. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Nancy.
All right. I'm not going to do an after show tonight. I'm like...
No, I'm going to back to jump. Love you guys.
All right.
Somebody's brain is hurting right now.
I am going to, once this gets cut off and that, I'm going to host out to the Great Conspiracy on Kick. And Jason, do you have anything up?
No, I'm actually mirroring us from Kick right now.
Okay. Never. I was going to say I was going to.
I can throw something up.
Yeah, throw something up real quick so I can host over to you real fast before I can take in.
All right. Hopefully, I'll be able to get that on quick enough for you.
All right.
All right. Let me do my best.
All right.
All right. Good night, guys.
Yeah.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
All right.
Good evening.
Appreciate everybody out there that's tuned in. If you're on Kick, we're hosting over to The Great Conspiracy. If you're over on D Live, we're going to host over to MC Dirty Work. All right. Let me get up the deal here, and then yeah. Let me host over on the. There we go. All right, folks. It's been nice. It's been great, but I got to take and do some edits, and then I'm gonna call it a night. Take care, everybody, and I'll catch up with you tomorrow.